let's get this started. Check, check. Okay. We got to grab chat. New version available. I gotta update that at some point. Not right now. Everything looks like it's connected. We minimize. We test. Okay. Let's test those two. Yes. It's looking at a different account. That's what's going on. Go live. There we are. Okay, they all showed up. Everything's going well. Why is that open? We'll close that. Is the background music too loud? Let me turn that down a little bit. Probably just got a loud song going on. Okay, next. I don't know if I've figured this out yet, but I wanted to see if I can go on my huge here. Okay. How do I don't know. I know how to do it on my phone. I don't know how to do it here. I want to see my favorite activity. No. Profile. Liked. Okay. Okay. Where was the one? There's one that I want to talk about. It's the Carter Hart situation. I'd seen this on my TikTok, and I guess it's best to show the clip before I talk about it. I forgot how long that maybe. That's hockey. Oh, no, that's not what we're looking at. But can we watch that one too? Does this work?
There first, the net is empty. Can he tuck it in? He does. He's a price in and go after it. Now Tennyson, and he's hit hard, and a penalty coming up to Reeves. That hit.
Just the hardest hit in hockey. I didn't see that one. I was looking at the clock.
Flyers looking to respond. You don't find it avenue. I get my bitch pregnant, I'ma be a better you. Prophecies that I made way back in the veil.
You like
fulfill. Listen, even back when we was broke, my team ill.
Steam to the corner. Here's back with Keith on hand.
I'm getting distracted. I know that. We'll get back to where I was.
Lame niggas can't tell the difference. One time for a nigga who knows. Don't save her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't save her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't save her. She don't wanna be saved. Don't save her.
Okay. So that does work. I did the same thing for football. I just watched the collisions. It was more recent. And of course UFC. Gotta have those. Oh, I think this is one I was looking at today. I'm gonna keep that one up. I might have to search it because I clearly don't know how long how long ago I had I'd favorited it. Why is that one unviewable? Okay, we're gonna try and search. See if that'll find the clip. I imagine it should come up right away. The no means no chant. Oh, that's somebody else talking about it. This is the one.
No means no! No means no! No means no!
So, from my understanding of this happened a little while ago, but I wanna look into this situation because from my understanding, like he was totally acquitted and not found guilty of anything. This isn't like one of those situations where you have some accusation and then they settle for a lot of money out of court, which I mean that makes you look guilty if you're settling for a lot of money out of court. This is one that went to court, went through the courts. And from my understanding, he was found not guilty of sexual assault. So I want to actually look at this to be sure that the incident I'm thinking about is the same as why they're chanting, because like clearly some people are very invested. I want to be able to move this more center. It's this that's causing me issues. Oh well. I don't know how often we're going to be seeing TikToks on the stream. You go profile liked. There we go. So we're going to Carter Hart was the name, right? I seen a video where people were chanting no means no at a Golden Knights hockey game, referring to their goalie Carter Hart. Can you go through the case for Carter Hart and give me details on that? Like what happened there? Let's just learn about it, right? Ooh, ongoing legal proceedings. Okay. Maybe I'm thinking of the complete wrong situation. Because the one I thought of was over like a while ago. So let's have a look. This is a high profile Canadian case. Here's what happened. The allegations stem from June 2018. I mean, that was a while ago. When many members of Canada's gold medal winning 2018 junior hockey team were in London, Ontario for a Hockey Canada gala and golf tournament celebrating the championship. Okay. An incident took place in a London hotel room in the early hours involving a woman known publicly as EM. The encounter began with one player. This is all open, right? So yeah, Michael McLeod, and the complaint, after which other players came to the room. The case took years to reach trial. I mean, I remember hearing about it more recently, so I guess that makes sense. Speculation about the allegation was fueled by a lawsuit settlement, parliamentary hearings, and revive investigations by police and Hockey Canada, along with an NFL investigation. The Hockey Canada angle became a national scandal in 2022. Okay. That's more likely when I heard about it. When it emerged that the organization had quietly settled a lawsuit with the complainant using a fund partly built from registration fees, which triggered the parliamentary hearing and loss of sponsors. Okay, so they tried to bury it. The complaint, the lawsuit with the settled a lawsuit with the complainant using a fund partly built from registration fees. Okay. Charges came in early 2024. Oh. That's even closer. That's just 2 years ago. Carter Hart, then of the Philadelphia Flyers, Michael McLeod and Cal Foote, New Jersey Devils, and Dylan Dube, Calgary Flames. So these guys, along with Alex Formention. So these guys are on. They were part of the Canadian World Juniors hockey team. And then a lot of them have moved on to the big leagues, right? Philadelphia Flyers, Calgary Flames, New Jersey Devils. So they were charged with sexual assault by London police. Okay, so this is from the London police. Each faced one count, and McLeod. Let me get this one right, because that one's coming up a lot.
McLeod.
McLeod. Okay, McLeod. I don't think it's doing it right. I think it's supposed to be this more like
MacLeod.
that capital. The capital, right? McLeod. Close enough. Was also charged with being a party to the offense. All 5 pleaded not guilty. Okay, they all pleaded. They're charged by London police. All pleaded not guilty. The trial itself was unusually complicated. Oh, I gotta make sure my chat's up over here. All right, here we go. The trial itself was unusually complicated. A judge declared a mistrial early on, meaning the jury was discharged. The proceedings then continued as a judge-alone trial, leaving the verdict to Supreme Court Justice Maria Crocasa.
Carocia.
Okay. So, Superior Court Justice. This is something we can get a picture for, no doubt. She is a public figure. This is a criminal defense lawyer. Attorney. I mean, like, they could be criminal defense lawyers before they become a judge. That kind of makes sense, right? Justice. So I think that's her. Do we have... an image? No. Here we... Yeah. So that does look like her. The judge who acquitted the 5 team containing. I mean, like, that means they are not guilty of anything, right? To be acquitted means to be formally declared not guilty of a criminal charge by a judge or jury. So not guilty. I mean, I guess that gives away the what happens, but let's continue. Okay, on the core legal issue, consent. The Crown's positions was that EM, so the individual that brought the the one that's like charging them, right, did not give valid consent. So the Crown's position was that EM did not give valid consent. The defense challenged her credibility and reliability as a witness, including what they characterized as gaps in her memory. A notable feature of the case was the existence of 2 short videos McLeod recorded in which EM said she was okay with what happened. So they had recorded evidence of consent. Like, that seems like consent. On record. Okay. Hart was the only defendant to testify. He said EM was asking for guys to have sex with her and that he had her consent for oral sex, and he characterized the video as a reasonable step for legal protection, adding he would have acted differently had he known she was acting against her will. I mean, obviously, right? Like, this is one of those things that, like, you have recorded video of consent during that, but like that seems like enough to me, right? And then afterwards you can decide that you're like, you didn't consent even though you gave consent during. This is so stupid to me. This whole case was just so dumb. Like, in my opinion, at the moment there's videos of you giving consent, then like that's the end of the case, right? But apparently they kept dragging it out. I don't understand it. Let's continue. The verdict came July 24th, 2025. Justice, oh, I already forgot. Still here.
Carochia.
Justice Carochia. Justice Carochia found all 5 not guilty, so they were acquitted, concluding the Crown had failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that EM had not consented to the sexual activity. She stated she did not find EM's evidence to be credible or reliable, and that she could not rely on it. The defense lawyers called the outcome vindication, while the complainant's lawyers said her client was devastated and had never experienced not being believed in this way. I mean, video recorded of consent, right? Like, that it looks to me like she changed her mind after the fact. Like, they were completely acquitted. I mean, like that. Where was that video? Can I go back to it? Yeah. Like, this is someone who was acquitted of charges by a judge. Like, there's this thing where a lot of times, if there's a complaint against someone, they'll settle out of court for a lot of for like a money, and they'll settle and they'll admit no fault. Like, that looks guilty to me. If you're settling out of court for a large sum of money, you look like you did what you're being accused of. You might not be admitting that you did it, but it looks like you're giving over money because it looks like that's what you did. To prove that's not what you did, you take them to court and you win and you get acquitted. which is exactly what he did. And so he was acquitted of the charges, which, in my opinion, is what you should do over like settling out of court. Go to court, let the judge decide guilt or not based on the law. That's how things work. That's how society works. And then like this is the other side of it, right? As soon as you go to court, suddenly it becomes a public spectacle to a degree. And when it becomes a public spectacle, you get a lot of people that start acting like this. Where's the sheep one? I need to find the sheep.
يا غنمات امشوا ورايا.
Like as soon as it becomes like that, you have someone that like they start bagging at each other. They're just following what someone else says without thinking about it. Like, in my opinion, being acquitted of a crime means you are not guilty of the crime. And then putting on a spectacle like this, like that is disgraceful for the person putting on the spectacle, in my opinion. Because like clearly you don't know what happened in the case, and you're not willing to look up what happened and that they were found not guilty. And so you get one person who starts buying, and everyone else just kind of follows suit. Everyone else just follows suits. You know, like sheeple. And that's what you're seeing in this. And it's crazy. Like, use a little critical thinking. You can look this up in like 5 minutes. All right, where were we? Never experienced not being believed in this way. As for the chant you saw, that ties to the aftermath. Hart signed with the Vegas Golden Knights in October 2025 and made his NHL return in December after his league suspension ended. He was the first of the 5 to sign with an NHL team. The verdict prompted widespread debate on sexual assault, that he was not found guilty of. He was acquitted. Hockey culture and the legal definition of consent, and his return to the ice has drawn protests from people who disagree with him playing again. Like, this is fine. If a case wants to spark like change and people to look at laws, like you feel justice wasn't done, then we can talk about laws, and you bring this up to members of parliament and they have that debate over the laws itself. Personally, like, in my opinion, if you have video evidence of consent, and it doesn't look like it's forced or coerced, that's the end of a sexual assault case or charges to me, personally. I think the law worked properly, and so if you want to spark a debate about the law, I mean, I think it's working as intended. I mean, Canada has some liberal ass court systems and they were acquitted by the liberal ass court system. I think that means like they're not guilty. And that just makes this look like you're the idiot. There was, isn't this another guy talking about? Let's hear another opinion. Ooh, let's hear a couple different opinions. Because these are all people talking about it, right?
The Carolina Hurricanes fans made sure Carter Hart heard everything tonight. Carolina Hurricanes.
Okay, let's finish going through this. Where were we? Advocate groups, including one called Beyond the Verdict, have argued the case exposed a double standard in how sexual assault cases are treated. The No Means No chant is part of that ongoing public pushback. One important point of context: an acquittal in the Canadian system means the Crown did not prove the charge beyond a reasonable doubt, the highest legal standard. It is a finding that the case was not proven, which is legally distinct from a positive finding that the events did not occur. That distinction is much of what the continued public debate turns on. This is obviously a sensitive topic. Yeah. So that's the situation. I find it insane. I see an acquittal as like they went through the court system, they did it the right way, they were acquitted in a liberal ass Canadian court for it to not be sexual assault. Now if you want to bring up like the legal and the law itself and talk about that, that's fine, but I kind of think it worked. If there's literally video evidence that said that she was okay with what happened, that what more evidence can you possibly get? Right? How do we look more into this? Any specific piece? The Hockey Canada funding scandal? No, I don't really care about that. Handling of the players' returns. I mean, like that kind of answered my questions about it. They were acquitted. Let's try a couple different 40K, 14, 50K. We'll look at 3. How many? She's probably better off because she's got. Okay, well we'll look at 2. Let's see.
Fans made sure Carter Hart heard everything tonight, from the opening ceremony when he was booed 10 times louder than any other Vegas Golden Knights player on the ice, to the chants mid-game that included "no means no." If you didn't hear it, here it is.
Oh, he's playing the same thing I'm playing. I want to remove this side window. Ooh, or I can leave chats
What
up
do
over
you
here.
guys think? Do you guys think the Carolina Hurricanes crossed the line by saying that mid-game? Do you think it's fair? Do you think it's justified? Do you think he deserves to hear those kind of chants? Let's
see what the comments are. Actually, we got them up over here. The fans crossed the line. How about did Hart cross the effing line? Be so for real? Oh gosh, some of these. He's playing for the NHL. How is his life ruined? Could not play in the NHL for many years. Lucky he got back in, got threats, And how could you feel if someone was accusing you of something that would send you to jail? Can you go into a little bit more detail about the evidence presented in the case itself? So they're saying that he there was multiple years where he couldn't even play hockey because of this case. This would be a situation I would. This wouldn't be a situation I would be in. I am not a predator first. Okay, they're getting into a little fight. We're not gonna read a little fight in the comments. I was at the game. The chanting got much louder than that. We were chanting it without his consent. Okay, like funny, but he was acquitted. Like, what's the point of a legal system if you just don't care about it, and you're like, oh, he was found unguilty for the crime of sexual assault, and we're just going to harass him about it anyway? Like, go after people that like pay money so that it doesn't go to court, because that's the one that looks guilty to me. Okay, like if you pay money to not go to court and settle outside court, that is what I see as guilty. When you go to court and you go through and it comes back, like, remember, a liberal Canadian court, where is it? Like, look at the judge. Like, she screams liberal to me. And she acquitted them of the crime. Right there. Like, except she didn't say no. I mean, that's how I see it. It's not an enthusiastic yes, then it's a no. From what I know of the case, it wasn't a pretty enthusiastic yes. So like, that's not even right. Something the judge didn't even understand. I mean, don't go after a judge. That's hard to get there. Acquitted does not equal innocent. We can absolutely agree on that, but it's the closest thing you can get to innocent in the world. Like, going through the process, going through discovery, doing testimonies in front of a judge, like this. As a human society, this is how we assign guilt. And they were found not guilty. So, if you want to talk about the judge system, sure, but this is how we do things. We're cheating on a boyfriend. Okay. There are a lot of men in these comments who are defending. They are part of the problem. I mean, I see it differently than this person. Like, I look at the facts. They were acquitted by a judge. That means there was not evidence to hold them guilty to the crime of sexual assault. That's how we do things. The judge, discovery, going to court. This is our process. If you have problems with the process, then that's stuff we can talk about, certainly. And I'm sure it did spark a conversation. I don't think anything changed. Like, I think the majority of people said the system worked, right? Okay. More details. Here we go. Here's a closer look at the evidence and how the judge weighed it. The complainant's testimony, EM, testified via video link that she was naked, drunk, and scared in the hotel room when 4 men she did not invite showed up. She said she feared what they might do if she did not go along with their sexual demands. She testified she had chosen to dance and drink with the players at the bar beforehand and had consensual sex with one of them, but did not consent to sexual acts with the others. Okay. According to reporting from... So, is this where the video comes in? So, she's saying there was consent for one, and to the others, I mean, like... Where is it? She feared what they might do, and it did not go, so she went along with it. I mean, we're never gonna know what really happened, right? Like, there were videos of consent, but she's saying that was only for one of them. She's also saying that she went along with it. Like, if you don't express, like, if you don't express that you're not consenting, and you were expressing consent earlier, like, that's something you have to express. People, like, you can't be expected to read their mind, to read another person's mind. You can only go based off what they say and their actions. And if they were expressing consent, then, like, they have to express... What's the opposite of consent? Non-consent? In my opinion. Gosh, like, I start reading some of these comments and I'm like, what are they talking about? And then you start reading more in the case and you're like, oh, it's a mire. Okay. According to reporting from The Athletic, she described feeling intoxicated and defenseless. I mean, like, intoxicated is your choice. This one's always, like, unless you're getting drugged, which is obviously against the law, this one's your choice. Defenseless and entering a state of detachment and functioning mechanically to get through the night and feeling degraded and shame. So I'm not saying what she feels is wrong here. Like, gosh. But, like, again, we never know what really happened. Because if you're expressing consent and then you don't remove the consent you've given, how is someone supposed to know? But I can see how this could. I see how this could devolve quickly. Okay, let's continue. I'm going to get to the bottom of it. The videos. This was a central piece of physical evidence. McLeod took 2 short videos of EM in which she is heard saying it was all consensual and that she was okay. Importantly, the judge did not treat these as proof of consent in the legal sense. Okay. Of the first video, ugh, judge, your name. I'm never going to get it.
Carotia,
Carotia. Still never going to get it. I can hear it 100 times. That one's not going to stay. Where was I? Importantly, the judge did not treat these as proof of consent in the legal sense. Of the first video, Carotia noted it could not be used to establish that the complainants consented to each sexual act she engaged in. Okay, I agree. Under Canadian law, consent must be ongoing and present at the time of each act. Okay, yes. It cannot be given retroactively after the fact. Instead, the judge... So, okay. So this is a video that was after the act. So where she was saying that she's just... just wanted to get through the night, right? Mechanically to get through the night. Instead, the judge treated the first video as circumstantial evidence of EM's behavior at the time it was shot, saying she was speaking normally, smiling, did not appear upset or in distress, and did not appear intoxicated. Okay. So that is how I think you should treat the video. Absolutely. Did not appear upset or in distress and did not appear intoxicated. Surveillance footage. Defense pointed to surveillance footage from Jack's bar, along with the hotel room videos, to argue. Wait. So these are probably like hotel hallway videos, I'm guessing. They don't have them in rooms. To argue EM was not showing signs of severe drunkenness. In her ruling, every time you're just gonna...
Carotia,
I should probably just remember it. In her ruling, Carotia said EM did not appear on surveillance footage to be intoxicated, as she claimed on the night in question. And I mean, like that's difficult. People handle alcohol in different ways, right? Like, there are some people that can be severely intoxicated and maintain mostly normal behavior. I am not one of them. I am a stumbling drunk. In her testimony, this mattered because intoxication bears on whether someone is capable of consenting. Okay. Other players' testimony. 2 other members of the team testified that the woman asked the group if anyone would have sex with her. In total, 9 witnesses testified during the roughly 6-week trial, most giving their accounts remotely. The defendant, as noted before, Hart, was the only one of the 5 accused to testify in his own defense. The others did not take the stand, which is their right. Footy's lawyer argued he was clothed while doing the splits over her body during the alleged incident, illustrating that each defendant alleged contact was somewhat distinct. Yes, that I would call that somewhat distinct. The judge's overall reasoning, the verdict turned almost entirely on credibility. Okay. Carotia found EM was repeatedly inconsistent in her testimony, that she failed to prove the encounters were not consensual, and that she didn't appear as intoxicated on the footage as claimed. The judge said that complainant could have ended the night if she wanted to, and described aspects of how EM gave her evidence as troubling. The bottom line, having found that I cannot rely upon the evidence of EM and then considered the evidence in this trial as a whole, I conclude that the Crown cannot meet its onus on any of the counts before me. So that's her verdict. Okay. So she found a lot of the evidence from EM could not be reliable. But she pointed to her not appearing on video to be as intoxicated as she explained she was. I mean, this whole thing comes down to a he said, she said, right? And like you can't, you need evidence if you want to convict someone of something. And if the only testimony is he said, she said, then there's no evidence. And the evidence points in the other direction, the videos. But as they said, like you couldn't use the video itself, but you could use the fact that she was coherent, did not appear intoxicated, and did not seem distressed in the video. And the video was after the act. The competing narratives. The Crown's case rested on EM testifying she did not voluntarily consent. The defense argues she voluntarily participated and constructed a false narrative. In closing arguments, defense lawyers went further. One accused her of fabricating her account, possibly motivated by the prospect of monetary settlements, referencing the earlier civil suit. This is the thing, right? Like, so many times there's an accused and then they settle out of court for money. And like, to me, settling out of court for money makes you look more guilty than going to court and arguing it out. And so like, they went to court, they argued it out, and he was acquitted. They were all acquitted, right? Doesn't that, like, this is the system that determines, I mean, like, you have your courts and then you have the court of public opinion, right? And in this case, there seems to be a lot of people who are still...
Carter Hart's press conference was...
Okay, I'm gonna listen to her too. Let's get another opinion on it. I don't know why, but that doesn't sound like an opinion I want to hear. How many giant breaking news? Is this about it? Okay. A lengthy discussion. How lengthy? We've kind of gone through this. Like, something like this. Like, how else do you prove your defense? The only way you can prove your defense is to go to court and argue it out and get acquitted, which is exactly what they did. Like, you're completely, you're looking at the evidence of the case, and then you're not looking at the verdict. You're looking at what one person in the case says. And I think it's important to look at, like, what the judge says in the case. The guys literally admitted to it in their own text messages. I don't care that a corrupt judge decided to acquit him. Read the texts, guys. What? Admitted to what? Rape. If they tell me where the proof... Yeah. Okay, well, I'm not going to go to that one, but I will ask ChatGPT. I mean, plot. ChatGPT just ingrained into the brain as the first AI I used. Okay. A few pieces of important context on the evidentiary standard. Criminal conviction in Canada requires proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah, when you accuse someone of something, you need to prove it, right? Like innocent until proven guilty, kind of like the whole premise this is built on. And the burden sits entirely with the Crown. The accused never has to prove innocence. When a judge finds a key witness not credible, the Crown case can collapse, even if nothing affirmatively disproves the allegations. So they're not saying her side of the story is false. They're saying there was not evidence to convict of sexual assault. Essentially. That's why legal commentators stressed the videos as a cautionary tale rather than a benediction. One law professor called the decision a warning that recording such a video is not going to be helpful to you in a criminal case. And a lawyer who works with, not going to be helpful for you. It was helpful. Like, that it doesn't prove that she gave consent. It proved her state of mind. It showed she wasn't in distress. The video contradicted the story she had been telling. Like, she'd been telling that she was severely drunk. The video shows she wasn't that drunk. And so because they had the video, they had that contradictory evidence, which is what the judge chose. The contradictory evidence is what made the judge decide that they cannot trust EM's testimony. And so, like, you're accusing someone, and in the end, you go as far as your word, and this just looks like a mess of a situation, honestly. Not going to be helpful to you in a criminal case. I say it was helpful. Getting yourself, like, I remember there was a case where the cops were chasing a guy, and he was afraid of the cops, and so he made sure that when the cops caught up to him, he was in front of a camera that was just like a surveillance camera. And just being on camera, there's a lot people can figure out the truth, right? And a lawyer who works with survivors noted that a video taken after the fact can establish whether someone consented in the moment. Absolutely. I agree with that. I still think videos can show a lot, because it's an actual peek at what was happening and people's, like, state of mind at the time. This remains a genuinely contested case in public debate, with the legal finding not proven beyond a reasonable doubt sitting at the center of disagreement over how sexual assault and consent are abdicated. You have to, the burden of proof has to be on the one that's doing the accusing. Like, that's just how the system functions, and you can't change that. That's pretty core. And so if you bring charges, you have to prove them. I want to, where was this? They said that there's text messages. I hear that there were text messages between the hockey players in this case that pointed to them being guilty. Can you go into more detail? Let's see what it finds. Yeah, I mean, this story isn't black and white. I'm sure these guys know better and they acted like jerks, but at the same time, I heard she was bragging to her friends about this, and all after, but yeah, we probably never know what really happened and how she really felt. Hope she will be fine. I mean, like, yeah, we will never know exactly what happened. In the end, they were acquitted. And so it just makes stuff like this feel really weird. Like, I'd say I trust this verdict more than the people that settle out of court for money. There were two distinct sets of text message, and they're often conflated. They matter to the case, though not quite in the way pointing to guilt suggests, given the acquittals. Here's the breakdown. The night of messages sent a message to the team who want okay. Being his hotel room number. Okay, we're looking for like, that's all before. The aftermath group chat. About a week later, one player learned Hockey Canada was launching an investigation. Those had been in room formed a separate group chat. It included messages about the incident, consent, encouraging each other to tell the truth, and whether to seek legal advice or notify their agents. This is the chat the Crown leaned on most heavily. Some of the message in the court saw. Okay. McLeod, we all need to say the same thing if we get interviewed. Can't have different stories or make anything up. That's just smart. They were probably all drunk. Getting what happened straight before you're interviewed, just smart. You can interpret this as, oh, they want to get their story straight, so that, like, if they make something up, they all make the same thing up. I don't like talking to make sure you all remember what happened is just generally good advice. McLeod on whether to name people, but like, if you were in the room, don't lie and say you weren't. I mean, that is where stories, like, one person just wants to pretend they weren't there, and then stories don't add up, and it makes everyone look more guilty than what they were. Heart in the chat. Honestly, boys, nobody did anything wrong. We got consent for anything that she did. She was the one begging for guys to bang her. I mean, like, that's just if this is a chat you don't think is going to be used, that's just like your honest opinion of what happened. And so if she was not consenting, clearly she did not express that very well, if this is his opinion. Howden, nobody forced her to do anything. She was begging for anyone to bang her. I mean, how the Crown framed them. The Crown suggests the group chat pointed to nothing in the chat says anything that there wasn't consent, right? Like, I don't see how any of these lead to this comment. Like, clearly they had sex. Like, that is obvious. That is not sexual assault. And if you accuse of sexual assault, you have to prove it. And I just don't see that happening. Sorry, just checking something. But clearly, a lot of people are very, very invested in this case. No means no. He needs to go. Why should he go? He's not guilty. He was found innocent and the judge ruled the girl lied. Innocent until proven guilty. That is the system. It's disgusting how you're defending him. When did he ever say that? These questions are enough to transmit. Like, just the thing that came up to me, where was I? I think we were down here. But we got the, these are the chats that were probably most leading, so let's where was the thing where it was like she'd never been disbelieved like this before. Just because you've never been disbelieved before doesn't make you suddenly right. I don't know, I'm not gonna be able to find it. Yeah, like this is, in the end, we are never gonna know what happened. Like, mind reading technology is not there. The best we can do is go off the verdict by the judge that got to review all the evidence of the case and best understands our laws. And under that, they were acquitted. And so I can understand where some of these people are coming from. Like, he should be in jail. Like, they were acquitted in my opinion, a very liberal court of law. This just seems, acquittal does not mean innocent. It does not say they're guilty, and either. Like, you do have to prove guilt. So even though acquittal doesn't mean innocent, accusation doesn't mean guilt either, right? Honestly, like, I respect going through the court system with it, because like I imagine a lot of times things like this are settled out of court and it's done for money. And going through the court system and getting proof that, like, through there you could see where their mindset was. So this whole situation's a mess, isn't it? Well, in my personal opinion, I will go with the judge's final verdict. They were acquitted of a crime. It does make things like this, where people just, like, it makes people feel a lot like sheep when there's evidence to something and then they just go off on these weird tangents. I said I was going to listen to another one of these.
If you're getting into hockey for the first time, I want to talk about Carter Hart and the trial of 5 Canadian hockey players in a sexual assault case last year.
No, that's way too long. Way too long. I want hot takes.
Supposed to last 15 minutes. It was cut off after 6 because this reporter asked a follow-up question about Carter Hart's growth since the trial. The question to me was innocuous, considering the question I would ask is, how do you live with yourself? This in conjunction.
Okay. It's weird, but I can just look at the gender and I can know exactly the take they're gonna have on it. Like, why is that so consistent? The judge made a decision. They were acquitted. Why does no one seem to care?
Junction to Scott Agnes's press credentials being revoked out of Indiana is an important reminder that there is no such thing as unrestricted press when it comes to capitalist sport. In this setting, access to players and storylines comes with the caveat that if you don't adhere to the organization's approved narrative structure, your economic stability and or your career could potentially be jeopardized.
Yeah,
But
like they were accused and they couldn't even play hockey. Like their career was put on hold until they were acquitted.
It's also interesting to me that when the Vegas Golden Knights considered signing Carter Hart, their contingency plan for media was what? Revoke his act.
Like you do have a point there. Given the high profile nature of the case, you should have had a media strategy for him. 100%. Like someone coming out and asking about this, and it's 100% gonna happen. You need to know if he's gonna represent your team, like how he's gonna react in that situation.
Access to the press, not allow him to talk about anything other than shots on goal.
I mean, like you probably just shouldn't put him in front of the press. I'm gonna be honest with you. Like do a mock-up, ask him about it, see how he responds. If it is not an adequate response, just be like, he doesn't get press time at all. If he can respond well and handle the situation well, then you can put him in front of the press.
He's not even allowed to answer a follow-up question about the Vegas Golden Knights charitable organization. While the lengths this organization will go to protect Carter Hart are unsurprising, I'm still so unnerved by how infantilized he is. Carter Hart's press conference was supposed to last 15 minutes.
Well, I mean, like, they're going for the Stanley Cup, right? I think of the 5, he's the only one that could potentially win a Stanley Cup after that, which is exactly why his name is the one that keeps getting brought up, because he's the goalie for the Vegas Knights, and they currently are the team I'm going for to win the Stanley Cup. I had it open. I did not. Golden Knights hockey. Like they're up 2-1. We got another game tomorrow. 6. Like the Hurricanes, in my opinion, the Golden Knights had a far more difficult. Like their teams from the beginning were all difficult teams, and the Hurricanes kind of had a much easier. Like they 4-0'd a couple teams early on, so they were on a winning streak, and now they're down 2-1. Anyway, I think that's all I'm going to cover about this. Situation is messy, turned into he said, she said. The judge genuinely found, based on video evidence, that EM was a discrepancy from how drunk she says she is, how drunk she appeared to be. And so they were acquitted. And in my opinion, like that's the end of that. Like, accusing someone of something does not make them guilty of that. And that's the way society has to function. Or people would accuse people of anything and everything, and that becomes a mess. The innocent till proven guilty is an important part of it. It was crazy because like half the stuff she says I completely agreed with, and it was just around this specific situation what she was talking. I was like, what? He was allowed to leave a room when he no longer wanted to participate and didn't consent anymore. Novel concept. I mean, the whole thing is there was like the chant was no means no, and there is no evidence at all that she said no. And there's ample evidence of the exact opposite. And so it's just a really weird chance. Blah blah blah. He's not guilty. Acquitted does not mean you're innocent. Acquitted doesn't mean guilty either. What? Okay, sometimes we're gonna hide that because that was what are they talking? Oh, can I share your stream in a Kick community? Add me on Discord. Maybe. Thanks for checking out the stream. I mean, you can share the stream wherever you want if you want to share it. Okay, where are we? Passion. No means no. I'll be honest, like, if anything, this makes me want to go for the Golden Knights more. Just the pile on to try and like shame this man into making mistakes for something he was acquitted for. What? Innocent people don't pay accuser millions? He didn't pay her a dime. The whole thing was taken to court because they didn't want to settle out of court. So you admit your first comment was a lie. Why would you make things up? Bah. That's why. Proven innocent in court of law. I mean, like, it's an accusation. There was no proof. Take that as you will. An accusation does not mean guilty. An acquittal does not mean innocent. But, like, it's as close as you can get. And it's a lot, I see that as a lot more innocent than paying people money out of court. True story. Worked in NHL media for 20 plus years. I'd love to have you on my non-inconsistent podcast. Okay, let's look. Was there anyone else? Yeah, like.
Man!
Like that's how I feel about these people. Okay. Let's see. Is there anyone else? No. This was actually... That was actually a good way of finding people talking about it. I imagine X works like that too, right? I don't know. Like, to me, TikTok has recently it's moved to the left. Like it has. The content I see has moved noticeably left. It was pretty good at being neutral and central. And then I guess it's been bought by someone in the United States. It's moved left, and X is very much moved right. And I like stuff in the middle. And YouTube seems to be the only place I can get stuff in the middle. So, okay, let me cut this. We are moving on. I wonder, like, can I go through my favorite TikToks? There's some, rather than just the, well, I'll look at that another day. We got a new chat. Okay, we've talked about the Carter Hart situation. Now, I want to get into the new God of War game. And we are going to go to X for this one. because I've been seeing some stuff about this. It is hilarious. It is hilarious. So they've done this thing. So I wasn't a big God of War fan. I played the last one though, and it was amazing. I really liked the last God of War game. The last one is kind of what brought me into the franchise, and then they instantly gender swapped the main character, like just instantly.
Harder.
And so, I mean, I have never played a game that was like designed for men, male main character, and then they all of a sudden pivot to a female main character, and then the game be good. Like the pivot from a male MC to a female MC, it's like a red flag. It's a red flag. It doesn't mean the game can't be good, but history, if you look at history, it's not going to be good. Like, that's just kind of, it's just kind of how things function. Usually, I mean, you build a brand around a character, and then when you change that character, people don't feel like they're getting the brand that you've built. Like, very much. I feel the same way. What is it? Like the new Witcher game? They're not. They don't have Geralt as the main character. Like, what are you doing? You watch the TV show, gender swap Geralt out, and then the TV show collapsed. Like, it was a disaster. The first one was decent, and then they took the focus off Geralt, just total disaster. And they're like, let's copy that. That disaster looks appealing. We'll take Geralt out and we'll replace him with a female character. And it's gonna go the exact same way the TV show went. I'll be honest to you. That's what's gonna happen. It will be terrible. Now, The Witcher is a big enough series that I imagine it'll still make money. Like, it'll be profitable, but it'll be nothing like what it could have been. Like, The Witcher 3 really, like, it brought in a lot of people just in time for them to leave. And now God of War doing the exact same thing. Like, big enough, I think they won't have I think they'll still be profitable. Like, they'll make back enough money. I don't think it'll be anything like the last game. Like the revenue they got from the last one. And so obviously you have a huge switch from a guy to a girl. And so there's just a lot of comments. Okay, this is the first look at gameplay.
Not until I get you out.
I don't need help.
Here we go, coming up behind.
What is the cue? I mean, the combat looks fun. I mean, God of War's always been great with combat, right? So.
idea on opening that
I
cage.
mean, the combat looks good enough, right? The issue they're going to run into is that I was excited for the next God of War game, and this is not an auto buy for me. It would have to get ridiculously good reviews in order for me to play this one. And something tells me even if it's a good mechanical game, it's not going to get those reviews. Like like I wish could we kick the cube off too? Can you kick the cube off too? Like if they change this to the promotional material, then it might go into the Autobot category. Oh yeah, I remember hearing about this. Like Sony did it again. You can thank the usual consultants. So this is the actress, and that is the model they went with. Like there has to be malice there, right? Like you can make characters, like usually when you animate a character, you make them look more beautiful, right? Because it's easy to do that through animation. To make them more ugly is actually harder to do. Like this is intentional. Someone intentionally did that. Like, at what point do you get to sue? Because like that is done out of malice, in my opinion. Because she's just far hotter than her in-game character. Video now. Okay. Oh, that's cool. I don't know if I want to listen to this. In order to milligamers to stand up against Santa Monica Studios for pushing woke politics. Do we even know anything about their story? Rest in peace. Okay. So like, I played God of War a long time ago, so I don't. This is the character that died. So she is Kratos' wife. That explains all of these. Okay. No. Like don't put these stupid little characters in. Usually that doesn't go well. that scene was so great.
Become a daddy, get a clean slate. That ain't no big deal. You're a destroyer, like me.
Kratos.
I'm gonna be honest, the only one I was watching was the top. Like, when it comes to things like this, it's almost like they don't understand the basics anymore. So let's try and get back to the basics here. If we want to speak in generalities, if a woman is making a book, for example, the audience of that book is primarily going to be women. if a man's making a book, the audience of that book is primarily going to be men. Men can just write books that men like more. Women can write books that women like more. There are exceptions, obviously. Like male sides, you have like Lord of the Rings, plenty of women like that series. Female side, you have Harry Potter, plenty of men that like Harry Potter. There are stories that you can write that surpass the gender, but I guarantee you there are more men that like Lord of the Rings, and there are more women that like Harry Potter. And so the generality stands. And so the issue you run into, and I'm going to get into what I see as like the life cycle of Western video game studios. The issue you get into is that if you want to make a AAA game, what percentage of people who buy Call of Duty are men and what percentage are women? Like they might have statistics on that, but generally, if you're making a big AAA game, and specifically like one designed for men, God of War was a very male-oriented game. There isn't a clean, okay. The most male-skewed estimates put it around 80% male. With players age 15-19 making up a 20% of play, leaving roughly 20% female. So you're looking at 80% of your sales coming from men, right? And so if you're making a AAA video game and you're spending hundreds of millions of dollars on this game, you can't target the 20% and make profit. Like you can't do that. That they make up 20% of your sales. Maybe I personally think that women playing video games is one of the industries that is growing. But at least when you're looking at large scale AAA games that have historically been male dominated, you're still looking at an 80% male player base. And so using this logic, you should design the game for your player base, which is primarily men. And I'll just be honest, this is where I see DEI has done like significant damage to Western studios. So what happens is that a studio starts out small. Usually you just have a small team. What's the game called? What's the studio called that built Expedition 33? Like usually you start off with just like a small team, and you create some really good games. You get a lot of money. You expand, and somewhere in that expansion, you start DEI, and that brings in usually a lot more women into a studio. And specifically, like we can look at something like this, and so this is the studio, Sandfall Interactive. Let's see their ratio of men to women. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we got 1 out of 6, and that looks like their main. I assume these are their main leads. So 1 out of 6 are women. The lead writer, art director, music composer, CEO, producer, creative director. Like as soon as you start DEI and you're like the amount of people you have expands, you bring more women into the decision making process, and just statistically, the more women you have higher up in the decision making process, the less your product will appeal specifically to men, which is 80% of your player base. And so I'll be honest with you, like if you build Call of Duty or God of War, keeping less women in the decision making, like the decision making aspects of the game, will just make a better product for the men buying the game. I know people don't want to believe that, but like, men make products better for men, women make products better for women. I personally believe that women are a growing aspect of video games, and that we will see AAA titles specifically designed for them, maybe, I don't know, 5 years or whenever. Whenever you can target the 20%, which will go up and make a profit. But at this time, if you're spending hundreds of millions of dollars, you're making a game for men. And I just feel like the studio starts out small, gets infected with DEI, loses touch with their base, and they stop making games for the primary consumer of those games. And that is when you see the collapse of the studios. And unfortunately, it looks like The Witcher and God of War are both on this path right now. They're at the end stages. They haven't collapsed yet, but like, they're near the end. Hopefully from their ashes, we will get better video games. Yeah, like what is this? The Witcher? I mean, The Last of Us 2 was so bad, it literally hurt my opinion of the original game. There was a time where I would have said The Last of Us, the original, was the greatest game ever made. And The Last of Us 2 changed that for me. Like, you did so much damage to the story that it literally degraded the original product. We don't know how the God of War or The Witcher are going to turn out, but if it's anything like The Last of Us, like, I do not have high hope. No idea. I've never played Ghost of Tsushima. Anyway, the memes are hilarious. Anyways, so the God of War, I was excited for the next one. I am no longer excited for the next one. Probably will not think about it again unless it gets terrifyingly good reviews. God of War game, like I might circle back around to that, because that's something people talk about. Life cycle of Western. I touched into that one. Okay. We're gonna cut and let's see what we should explore today. Do any of these let me pick up polls? Not easily, huh? Okay. I wanted to look further into this one. But is that something I should do now? Let's go. That or data centers. Yep, let's try it. Let's do data centers first. I wanna. I've heard so many things about data centers, and obviously data centers fuel AI, which is something I use, and I genuinely see it's positive. They also consume massive amounts of power, massive amounts of water, um, and have a very bad, like, social profile. So I want to know, can you go through the positives and negatives of data centers for me? Like, from an investment standpoint, I kind of want to understand it, and from like physically being close and living close to a data center, because I've seen some really nasty videos about people that live close to data centers, and there's like a constant hum from the center, that like noise pollution that's technically below like the whatever the state was, the state level mandates, but like life-changing noise pollution. Also, they use massive amounts of electricity. People see that in the rise in their electric bill. That's dangerous. Like that's one of those things that as soon as people see it and feel it, um, they will vote against it. And so you gotta prevent you gotta prevent data center construction from rising electric bills. And there's a lot of ways you can do that. You can build up capacity as you build data centers, which is like the easiest thing to do. Um, Clearly, it costs you more to build a data center, but I mean, how much value do they provide? Here we go. Data centers sit at an interesting tension point right now. They're the backbone of nearly everything digital, but the AI boom has made their downsides much more visible and contested. Here's a balanced run through. The positives. The most fundamental one is that they're the physical infrastructure behind essentially all modern digital life: cloud storage, streaming, banking, navigation, video calls, and now AI. Centralizing computing in purpose-built facilities is also far more efficient than the alternative of every company running its own servers. Hyperscale operators are remarkably efficient at the facility level. Hyperscale operators like Google and Meta report power usage efficiency averages between 1.08 and 1.12, meaning very little energy is wasted on overhead like cooling relative to the actual computing. You see, that's the thing, right? When it's a big company building something like this, they can actually find efficiencies that if it was every company running their own servers, you'd never think about or never be able to do. We see this in a lot of areas. Okay. Economically, they bring large capital investment and tax revenue to the regions that host them, and they're a strategic asset. This is something that I think is widely underlooked, because I think data centers and compute in general is a strategic asset. And like it could be a strategic geopolitical asset if invested into. Countries increasingly view domestic data centers and compute capacity as a matter of competitiveness and even national security. I mean, I think it is. There's also been genuine efficiency progress on the software side. Google reported that between May, so 2024 and 2025, it reduced the median energy consumption per Gemini prompt by a factor of 33, and the carbon footprint by a factor of 44. In 1 year, energy consumption dropped 30 by a factor of 33 and carbon by a factor of 44. I mean, the issue is that this is also beside like a 33 times increase in usage or like a 44 increase in usage. Generally, when you drop the like the carbon footprint or the energy consumption, it doesn't make it use less, it'll make the product use significantly more because now it's cheaper, and so now people use it more. So, but still, like this is a very fast. If they continue to see massive drops like this, like it would definitely lower an average person using AI. It would lower their carbon footprint and energy consumption considerably. One caveat on the economic upside: data centers are highly automated, so the permanent job count is modest. They generate lots of construction jobs and tax base, but not large ongoing employment relative to their physical footprint and resource draw. That's definitely concerning. The negatives. Energy demand is the headline concern. Global data centers consume an estimated 460 terawatt hours of electricity in 2025, roughly 1.8% of worldwide demand, and the IEA projects that could surpass 800 terawatt hours by 2028, a footprint that already rivals the annual electricity use of a country like France. I mean, just think about that. So they saw a 33-fold drop in energy consumption over a year, and they're projecting energy consumption will jump over 3 years. So if we continue to see the energy drop, like per instance of use drop massively, just how much more is AI gonna be used to equal 800 terawatt hours? Like you got to find a lot more customers if you want to hit 800 terawatt hours, or you got to find some more interesting ways of prompting AI. Okay. The driver is AI, though, whose workforce needs far more compute than traditional cloud services. Yeah. So data centers aren't new. The new thing is AI driving the expansion of them. Because the demand is geographically concentrated, the local strain can be severe even where the national share looks small. Data center demand can reach 42% of local demand in Frankfurt, or nearly 80% in Dublin. That concentration feeds into electricity prices. In the US, residential electricity prices jumped 7.1% in 2025, more than double the inflation rate, and topped 20% in some states. The AI data center rush isn't the only cause. Aging grid and inflation also matter, but it's a significant one. A specific example, in the PJM electricity market stretching from Illinois to North Carolina, data centers accounted for an estimated 9.3 billion price increase in the 2025-2026 capacity market. The equality problem is that utilities often must make expensive grid upgrades for new data centers, and smaller businesses and households often shoulder these costs unless ratepayer protections are in place. This is the issue, right? As soon as you start feeling it in your monthly bill, this is what motivates people to vote. And so if you if you want to invest into data centers, I mean, probably a good idea, but you have to equally invest into the power grid capacity for the centers. Water is the second major issue. Since cooling systems consume a lot of it, US data centers consume about 17 billion gallons of water in 2023. When they say consume, does this just mean it evaporates away? Right? Like you heat it up, it evaporates? That's not really consuming. That's just like putting water in the air. That shit does tend to rain back down. Just saying. Now, I can understand if you're in a water scarce region not using it, because that's just like transferring your water to somewhere else. But if you've got a lot of water, I don't think that's that big of a deal. Ugh. Okay, where were we? Second major issue, consume about 17 billion gallons of water, and direct consumption in hyperscale facilities alone is expected to reach 16 to 33 billion gallons annually by 2028. The sitting often makes this worse. About 2/3 of data centers built since 2022 are in areas already the thing you're not supposed to do. Okay. The sitting often makes it worse. About 2/3 of data centers built since 2022 are in areas already experiencing water stress, including drought-affected parts of the US Southwest. What are you doing? The thing consumes massive amounts of water. Put it in places where there's plenty of water. Like, what? This is so dumb. Oh, it reminds me of that video. It's like, oh, this is like a water scarce region, and then all you see are carrot plants as far as the eye sees. And you're like, well, and then they're just like pumping water because carrots are like a water intensive crop. And they're just like massively pumping groundwater because there was no cost really to use groundwater. And you just like water scarce region, and they're just like spraying water all over the place on these crops. And I'm like, you got to get on top of that. That is the kind of problem I expect out of Tel Aviv in Iran, not out of the southwest of the United States. You're supposed to be a bit more intelligent. Let's see. Water scarcity, US. All right, I want to know if this happened in Canada. Canada is like called the nation of lakes because you look at it and a frightening amount of it is just lake. Like, we like to say we're the second largest country, but if you look at land mass, like, we're actually like fourth largest because so much of our country is lakes. Okay, but I've gotten off topic. Where were we? Water, yeah. This sitting often makes where 2/3 are built on already experiencing water stress, including drought-affected parts of the US Southwest. Beyond energy and water, there's carbon, which depends heavily on how clean the local grid is. Oh, so carbon isn't from the data center. It's from whatever is supplying the data center. E-waste from frequent hardware, refresh cycles. Yeah, like they don't last that long. Land use and grid reliability risks during peak demand. These impacts are increasingly prompting community pushback. More than 64 billion in projects were delayed or canceled between May 2024 and March 2025 due to organized opposition. Like, from what I understand, sound pollution is also a problem. Living, like, it's a problem that's more localized in its effect. But if you live near one, they're very loud, and they're very consistently loud. And so you don't want one building next door. Certainly. I think I think data centers should be something you have to zone for. And it should be a government level, like, okay, we have residential area here. You have to be this far away to build your data center. You can build it here. You need obviously ample water resources, and it's probably best if you expand your energy grid as well, because you will face pushback from people if their energy bills go up. The shape of the debate. The honest summary is that data centers are genuinely essential infrastructure delivering real efficiency and economic value. But the AI-driven surge is straining. Okay, so data centers are genuinely essential infrastructure delivering real efficiency and economic value. Remember, they're used for far more than AI. But the AI-driven surge is straining grids, water systems, and electricity affordability faster than regulation and clean supply can keep up. The policy fights right now playing out are largely about who bears those costs. I mean the data centers. Like, that's who bears the cost. Right? I don't see you doing it any other way. Several states are weighing bills to require renewable sourcing, mandate users disclosure, and protect ratepayers. When you say data centers consume water, is this through evaporation? In which case, the water will just rain back down, right? So this would not be an issue in areas that have high degrees of fresh water. Music data consume water. Is this through evaporation? In which case the water will just rain back down, right? Comma. So this would not be an issue in areas that have high degrees of fresh water, high levels of fresh water, whatever. It'll find it. I also wanted to ask about water scarcity. I mean, like, that's just a good map right there. Right? Let's look a map up for this while it finds the answer to my question. Map. I wanted one like this. This just does it by country. I kind of want. Is that? Yeah, this just does it by country, so it doesn't really show us where. This is region, so the southwest of US are these areas that are facing some degree of water scarcity. Look at all of Africa. Whoa. There's a lot of places that face pretty decent water scarcity issues. How is that water scarce when they're right next to the lake? I don't get that one. Ooh, Africa, look at that. Okay. Where were we? You're reasoning about this well, and your core intuition is largely correct, but there are a few wrinkles that explain why it's still flagged as a problem. First, the mechanism. The big water consumer is evaporative cooling towers and similar systems. And yes, the water is mostly lost through evaporation. Evaporation is used precisely because it's thermodynamically efficient at carrying away heat. Turning water to vapor absorbs a large amount of heat, so a relatively small amount of evaporation. Like, can't you just build a larger cooling system? Like, if you build an industrial sized cooling system, you can take the heat away without evaporating water. Like, a computer cooling system does that. Like, you can have water cooled computers, and it doesn't evaporate any of the water. It just uses water to more efficiently carry heat, and then you can disperse that heat into the metal, and then the metal you blow air through, and that cools it. So this has a solution. It's probably just more expensive, which is why they don't, instead they just evaporative cool it. But in an area like the southwest of the US where there's water scarcity, you can design a cooling system that doesn't evaporate. Okay, turning water to vapor absorbs a large amount of energy. So relatively small amounts of evaporated water removes a lot of heat. There's also a secondary loss called blowdown. As water evaporates, dissolved minerals concentrate in the remaining water, so some has to be periodically flushed and replaced. Not all cooling is evaporative though. Air cooling and closed loop liquid cooling use little or no water. They shift the burden to electricity instead. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Now, your water cycle point. At a global long-term level, you're completely right. Evaporated water isn't destroyed. It re-enters the atmosphere and eventually precipitates. Earth's total water is a closed system, so consumption here doesn't mean the molecules vanish. The word consumption in water accounting just means the water doesn't return to its original source. Like, that makes sense. Unlike once through cooling that returns warmed water to a river. The reason it's still an issue comes down to 3 local mismatches. The water doesn't come back to where it's left. Yep. Evaporated water enters the atmosphere and can rain down hundreds or thousands of kilometers away. There's no mechanism returning it to the same watershed, reservoir, aquifer it was drawn from. Absolutely why you should not be doing this in a place that is water scarce. So a facility drawing from the Colorado River doesn't get that water cycled back locally on any useful timescale. It's usually treated potable fresh water. Data centers typically draw from municipal supplies or groundwater, water that's already been made drinkable. Even if it eventually rains somewhere, it's being removed from the local access supply, and aquifers in particular can be drawn down faster than they recharge. And so the reason they don't use like a computer cooling method that doesn't consume water is that is a higher strain on energy. The sitting tends to be, right? Yeah, okay. The sitting tends to be in exactly the wrong places. As I mentioned earlier, roughly 2/3 of recent data centers were built in water-stressed areas, which is what turns a manageable engineering input into a genuine resource conflict. And here's where your conclusion is generally right. In a region with abundant, well-recharged fresh water, evaporative cooling water use is a much smaller concern. The impact is fundamentally local. A data center using evaporative cooling somewhere like Ireland, the Pacific Northwest, or much of Canada has a far weaker water stress argument against it than one in Arizona or West Texas. The problem isn't evaporation per se, it's evaporated, scarce, treated fresh water in places that don't have it to spare. One last nuance worth noting, water-free air cooling isn't truly water-free in the bigger picture because it uses more electricity, and thermoelectric power plants themselves consume water for their own cooling. So in some cases you're just moving the water use from the data center site to the power plant. Oh, that's part of why the energy and water questions are so tangled together. But in regions, like it literally says, much of Canada has far weaker water stress. The whole argument of water becomes less of a concern. So doesn't that mean Canada would be a good place for data centers? Provided, like I think they should be regulated by the government and they should be zoned for, like where you can actually build them to make sure they're not next to like residential housing, because that one's a disaster. It kind of answered my next question right here. The water-free air cooling isn't truly water-free. It's just moving the water consumption from the data center to the power plant that's generating the power used to cool the data center. So that's not really a solution either. I don't want to look into water scarcity right now, but I do want to look into it at some point. Water scarcity. Yeah, so I'll put that up there. So, do data centers have any harmful byproducts? This is another one I was worried about, because noise you can fix with distance, energy you can fix by improving your energy grid. Personally, nuclear. I like nuclear energy. And water, obviously in Canada, the country of lakes, that's fresh water is not such a large issue as it is in like Arizona. Okay, here we go. Yes, and the most direct one comes from things bolted onto the facility rather than from the computing itself. A data center is essentially a building full of servers, so the byproducts come from how it's powered, cooled, and kept running. Here are the main ones. The biggest local one is air pollution from backup power. So this is if the local energy grid cannot meet its demand, because creating like backup power is like a backup power generator, and usually these are like diesel or gas generators, right? And so they're quite carbon intensive facilities. Data centers, I assume it's going to get in it. Data centers must run 24/7, so nearly all of them keep diesel backup generators on site. Often dozens of large facilities. Diesel combustion emits fine particle matter, MP2.5, nitrogen oxide, sulfur dioxide, and carbon dioxide. Like all of this one can be taken care of if you expand the grid along with data centers, right? Like if you construct another hydroelectric dam, or if you do a new, I want to say solar, but I mean nuclear is the way I see things going personally. If I was to predict what our energy will look like in the future. You will have renewables like wind and solar, a decent battery system, but I don't know if batteries are ever gonna like, batteries still kind of suck. So you would almost need nuclear, and you would rely on the nuclear more heavily, obviously, when the sun's down and the wind's not going, and then you would tone the nuclear back when you had renewables. And that system where you had like the nuclear energy that would fill the gaps in your renewable energy, I think that's the system that would be best to aim for. And so obviously that is not a, renewables and nuclear do not produce these kinds of emissions. I mean, you get nuclear waste, but we're figuring out how to handle that. Okay. These generators emit 200 to 600 times more nitrogen oxide than natural gas plants. I mean, even a natural gas plant. And the pollutants are linked to respiratory disease, heart disease, and asthma. Counterintuitive part is that this matter even though the generators rarely run. The counterintuitive part is that this matters even though the generators rarely run. They're tested routinely, typically 50 to 150 hours per year per generator, and the analysis are striking. The 10,500 generators attached to Virginia's data centers produce enough pollution to harm public health even if used rarely. Operating them under an hour per week on average creates the same public health impact as 5 large gas-fired power stations. One Virginia analyst estimates nearly $300 million in annual public health costs and 14,000 asthma-related health impacts across multiple states from even limited backup use. You can't let them do that. Like, you can't let them have attached diesel backup generators. Like, I remember hearing some data center builders were thinking of like constructing their own power stations, but I really think like if you wish to build data centers in an area, it must go through the government, you must zone for it, and you must construct energy capacity for it. As long as you do that, you mitigate like all of the risks. So far, all of the negatives from data centers can be mitigated. You don't build them near residential houses. You don't build them in water scarce regions. And you ensure that the energy grid is expanded with them. And as long as you don't let them keep diesel backup generators, then you're doing good. The risk spikes in a grid emergency when generators can emit their maximum permitted emission within just days. Health earthquake, as one researcher put it. I mean, that's not good. In the US, it's strange because I think there's like a law where it's kind of like when the energy capacity needs to expand, it's the consumer that pays for it and not, in this case, a data center, which is the reason it needs to expand. And that is what affects the bills. And so you see such a pushback against data centers because, like, if data centers paid in to expand the grid, they would face far less pushback. Like there are ways to do this right. Related and growing source is on-site gas generation. Some newer facilities, rather than waiting for the grid, install gas turbines for everyday power. xAI's Colossus data center in Memphis is installing more than 30 natural gas turbines for daily use, which prompted local residents and the NAACP to file a Clean Air Act notice over worsening air quality in a city with high asthma rates. This turns intermittent emissions into continuous ones. Why are we building these in cities? Like, we figured out how to send data extremely fast. There's no reason a data center needs to be in a city or even near a city. Like, find a good place that does solar energy and set data centers up there. I don't get that. Like, I assume that the construction in city is because you need resources to build the center, and it's easier to acquire the resources in a city. Like the skilled technicians, the builders, having them work and live near the site of the construction so they can just drive there simplifies things. But if you build it in a city, you face pushback. It just doesn't seem smart to me. Okay. Beyond air, the other byproducts are waste heat. Servers convert essential all their electricity into heat, which is why cooling dominates. The heat is usually just dumped into the air. Like, can we get these in Canada? Maybe this is a good idea for Canada cities. If they produce waste heat, like, can we use that to like heat the city? You know, melt the snow, because there are some cold days. It is usually just dumped into the air or water. It's not toxic, and some facilities productively reuse it. Isn't heat what turns turbines? Can't you just turn a turbine with the heat? Like, you're evaporating. You're making steam. Can't you use that steam to spin a turbine? So, data centers generate a lot of heat, and they get rid of this heat through evaporation or the creation of steam, correct? Can't they use that steam to like turn a turbine to generate power for the data center? Maybe I'm missing something, or something doesn't add up there, right? Waste heat. Servers convert essentially all their electricity into heat. Where were we? It's not toxic, and some facilities productively reuse it. District heat in parts of Europe, for instance. But unrecovered, it's a thermal load on the local environment. Okay. Noise and light. Noise. Finally, we're talking about the one I think is a nasty one. Generators, cooling fan, and chillers run constantly. Chronic exposure to this persistent noise has been associated with sleep disturbance, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, and especially harmful to children's cognitive and learning. Neighbors of large facilities also report light pollution. What do you think about light? E-waste. Servers and hardwares are refreshed every few years, generating a steady stream of electronic waste that contains heavy metals and requires proper recycling to avoid contamination. I mean, just properly recycle it then. Waterside residue. The evaporative cooling we discussed produces blowdown, concentrating mineral-laden wastewater, and cooling systems often use treated chemicals, bicodides, anti-corrosion additives that have to be managed for discharge. So there is cooling systems often, so they don't have to use chemicals. Like, are those really bad? How do they deal with those? Okay. Fuel storage risks, backup generators required large on-site diesel reserves, accidental fuel spills or leak while infrequent can cause localized soil, water, and air contamination. And then the large but diffuse one, indirect emissions from electricity generation. If a data center is, well, I mean, that just, you can get clean electricity. Two things worth noting for balance. First, the diesel issue is being actively addressed. Operators are moving towards renewable diesel, battery storage paired with renewables. I mean, right there. And hydrogen. And some jurisdictions are tightening rules. Delaware regulators recently rejected a data center partly over its 516 proposed backup generators. Second, like the water question you raised earlier, most of these byproducts are intensely local. A facility on a clean grid with battery backup instead of diesel, sitting away from dense population and air quality stress areas, has a dramatically smaller harmful footprint than one that's opposite on each count in the center of a city. This connects back to your earlier water point nicely. In both cases, the technology to largely eliminate the harm exists. Whether it gets used comes down to city, cost, and regulation. I wanted to talk about these. How much of a risk are the waterside residue, the bicodides and anti-corrosive additives? Do they end up in water stream? Are they carcinogens? Do they end up in the water stream? Okay, I'm asking too many questions. We're getting ahead of myself. Great question. It gets right at the deep price of physics. The short answer is you can't usefully turn it into electricity. And the reason is that not all heat is created equal. First, a small correlation to the premise. Evaporative cooling towers don't actually make steam in the power plant sense. They evaporate water at roughly ambient temperature to carry away heat. The visible plume you sometimes see is just condensed mist, not pressurized high temperature steam. So there isn't, basically it doesn't get hot enough, right? So there isn't a stream of hot steam sitting there waiting to be tapped. The heat coming off servers is genuinely abundant, but it's low grade. Air coming off server's rack is maybe 30 to 45% C, and even liquid cooling loops are typically 40 to 70 degrees C. Here's a crux: to spin a turbine and generate electricity, what matters isn't how much heat you have. It's the temperature difference between your hot source and your cold sink you can dump heat into. The bigger that gap, the more heat you can convert to work. This is the second law of thermodynamics, and the ceiling is the Karen limit. Efficiency with temperatures in Kelvin. Let me put it in numbers. A coal or gas plant deliberately burns fuel to make steam at 823 Kelvin. Okay, so we are really cool compared to that. This isn't anything. So we're nowhere near 550 degrees Celsius compared to 45 degrees Celsius. Yeah, okay. Not feasible. Because the honest answer is it depends heavily on the specific chemical, and the risk profile is mostly about aquatic toxicity and discharge management rather than cancer. Let me break it into your 3 questions. What's actually in the water? The treatment chemicals fall into a few buckets. Bicodides to stop bacteria, algae, and biofilm, including legionella. These split into oxidizing types like chlorine and bromine. Okay, like chlorine is something we already have in water. And sodium hypochlorite and non-oxidizing types like... Okay, I'm not going to read all of these. Corrosive inhibitors, zinc, okay, where... Do they end up in water stream? Yes. This is the real issue, and it's via blowdown. Okay. The concentrated water periodically flushed out. Industry and EPA sources are blunt about it. Cooling tower blowdown has high dissolved solid content and often contains substantial amounts of toxic materials, primarily bicodides, creating an adverse environmental impact when discharged to public sewers or surface water. The corrosion inhibitors are enough of a concern that environmental restrictions on the discharge of phosphates, zinc, and molybates have placed limits on how much blowdown can be discharged. But ends up in the water stream doesn't mean dumped raw into a river. There's a regulatory layer. Regulatory agencies often place numerical limits on biocodides. Blowdown is frequently routed to a wastewater treatment plant or equalization pond first rather than discharged directly into receiving waters. And operators use timing tricks like closing the blowdown valve before biocodides are dosed on the most toxic sludge isn't released. In the US, surface water discharge requires NPDES permits with monitoring, so the residues are real and they reach the environment, but in a well-run permitted facility, they're diluted, particularly treated and capped. The risk is more about poorly managed or unpermitted discharge than the practice itself. So the residues are real and they reach... Where does it say? Closing the blowdown valve before biocodides are dosed so the most toxic sludge isn't released. If the most toxic sludge isn't released, then what happens to it? If the most toxic sludge isn't being released, then what happens to it? Are they carcinogens? Mostly no. And this is the part where it's worth being precise, because the dominant hazard of these chemicals isn't cancer. Common biocodides are primarily skin/respiratory sensitizers and irritants for workers, and toxic to aquatic life at the discharge point. None of those 3 is classified as a human carcinogen by the major bodies. So zinc, molybdenum, and phosphates aren't carcinogens either. Phosphates' environmental harm is algae blooms, and others are aquatic toxicity. So the headline environmental risk is ecological, harming the receiving waterway far more than a cancer risk to people. Okay. There are 2 genuine carcinogen-related caveats, though. Disinfection byproducts. When you chlorinate or bromicate water that contains organic matter, you form trimethanols and related byproducts. Some of these, chloroform, are classified by IARC as possible or probable human carcinogens. This is the same chemistry that's regulated in drinking water. In cooling tower blowdown, it's a recognized but generally lower concern pathway than in potable water since the discharge isn't being drunk. Hexavalent chromine, the historic big one. For decades, chromate was the standard cooling water corrosion inhibitor, and hexavalent chromine is a well-established human carcinogen. This is literally the Aaron Brockovich / Herdlinkle, California case, chromine 6 from cooling towers at a gas compressor station containing groundwater. Because of exactly this, chromate has been banned or phased out of comfort / industrial cooling in most jurisdictions and replaced by the phosphate zinc malabate azole chemistry above. So the one clearly carcinogen additive is largely a legacy problem, not standard practice in a modern data center. So they've evolved beyond that. For a modern permitted facility, the cooling chemicals are a moderate, manageable environmental concern, mainly aquatic toxicity and nutrient loading at the discharge point, rather than a significant human cancer risk. The realistic worry cases are a facility discharging poorly treated blowdown into a small, already stressed waterway, accidentally concentrating releases, or weak permitted / enforcement. And this connects to the water scarcity threat from earlier. Running higher cycles of concentration to save water makes the blowdown more concentrated and harder to discharge cleanly. So the water conservation goal and the discharge toxicity goal are pulling against each other. So from my understanding then, as long as it's managed, the discharge water is not a particular threat. It doesn't appear to be a threat at all to humans, and a minor threat to aquatic toxicity and nutrient loading at the discharge point. But this is why you manage it, so that this doesn't happen. One caveat on my end: the chemical identities and the discharge management picture are well sourced above, but the specific cargenetically classifications, IARC categories for THMs and chromium 6, I'm drawing from general toxicology knowledge rather than the searches. If you want, I can put the... No. Okay. So, if the most toxic sludge isn't being released, then what happens to it? Good catch. And there's a subtle distinction hiding in your question that's worth pulling apart, because the toxic sludge of bicrodi water and sludge are actually two different things, and they meet different fates. The concentrated bioclide. Let me make sure I'm getting this one right. I've said this one a lot.
Biocide.
The concentrated biocide water mostly held and allowed to decay. When operators close the blowdown valve before dosing biocide, they're not capturing that water and storing it somewhere. The trick is timing. The freshly dosed, highly concentrated biocide water stays in the recirculating loop instead of being flushed straight out. And while it's circulating, it does its job, killing microbes. And then the biocide breaks down. Oxidizing biocides like chlorine decay fairly quickly on their own as they react and off gas. Many non-oxidizing biocides biocides.
Glutaraldehyde.
Like glutaraldehyde, biodegrade over hours to days. By the time the valve opens, the biocide concentration is dropped enough that the blowdown can be discharged within permitted limits. So the most toxic sludge isn't released as a sludge. It's held until it's chemically degraded into something dischargeable. It's a time delay, not a disposal. Okay. That said, the dissolved solid salts and corrosion inhibit metals. Don't decay the way biocides do. Those still leave with the blowdown, just diluted and within permitted limits, or get routed to a wastewater treatment plant first, as we covered. Okay. The actual sludge collected as solid waste. Real physical sludge does accumulate in these systems, and it comes from a different place than the biocides. Scale, slits, and airborne dust scrubbed out of the air by the power, dead micromass / biofilm, and corrosion particles. It settles in the tower's basin and in any side stream filters. This gets periodically cleaned out and hauled away as solid waste. The key question for that material is its metal content. If it's concentrated enough in things like zinc, chromium, it can be classified as hazardous waste and has to go to a licensed hazardous waste facility rather than an ordinary landfill. Disposal is governed by waste regulations, not water discharge permits. Okay. The water scarcity edge case, zero liquid discharge. This is where your earlier water scarcity thread comes full circle. In drought stress regions, some facilities run zero liquid discharge. They minimize or eliminate blowdown entirely to conserve water, but the dissolved solids and chemicals don't vanish. They're concentrated further and further until you're left with a brine and ultimately a solid salt / sludge residue. That concentrated residue then has to be trucked out and landfilled. Again, potentially as hazardous waste depending on composition. So ZLD trades a water discharge problem for a solid waste problem. You stop putting contaminants in the river, but you create a concentrated solid you have to bury somewhere. I mean, if you can bury it somewhere, then just bury it somewhere a long way away from people. So the honest end of the line answer, the liquid toxicity is mostly neutralized by decay, then dilute, then permitted discharge. And the genuinely persistent stuff, metal, salt, settled soil, ends up as solid waste in a landfill. An ordinary one if it's benign, a hazardous waste one if the metal contains cross-regulatory thresholds. Nothing is destroyed. It's a converted form of waste, converting from a water stream problem into a managed solid waste problem. A solid waste problem is easier to deal with. When you have water, like contaminated water, that's one of those things that can get dumped into a stream, and hopefully like companies will do that and no one will notice. And that is when you can get issues like Cancer Alley in the US, right? Because they routinely have issues of stuff being dumped into that waterway. Cancer Alley, US. Let's see where exactly is it? Illinois? Right? Let's have a look. There severe air pollution linked to dozens of cancer cases each year. So this is air pollution. Not the same thing I'm thinking of. Cancer Alley. Well, there it is. These ones. Which, as we just saw, is right by one of the big rivers that runs right through here. So this region. That's a dangerous place. Clearly they do not regulate that well. from what we can see here, for data centers, that largely isn't a water problem, but a solid waste problem. And we have systems set up to deal with hazardous solid waste. So as long as they're not overloading the systems, data centers are looking like a good investment. As long as they're managed properly. One calibration note. The decay and discharge mechanism and the hazardous waste routing are standard water treatment engineering, but the specific classification of any given facility's sludge as hazardous versus not depends entirely on its measured metal content and the local regulatory threshold. If you're curious about a specific jurisdiction, okay. Canada, say, given the earlier content, I can look that up. Basically, what I'm taking away from this is that if managed well, the vast majority of negatives caused by data centers can be handled through, in my opinion, what should be zoning and regulation done by a local government. And if you keep it away from like population centers so that things like noise aren't a problem, you expand power capacity, expand the power grid as you build out data centers so that you don't see the increase in price. Canada, plenty of fresh water. Obviously, if there is an area with less fresh water, don't build them there. But it sounds to me like data centers would be a good idea for Canada. Generally. Which is good because I heard about data center projects coming up. I just hope they're being regulated well. Okay. I think I'm gonna move on again. So, are data centers good or bad? They're good if you regulate and zone them properly. If handled properly, they can be very good. So we're gonna cut. I'm gonna grab a drink, and I'll come back and do another one. Let me check the stream. Hey, we got a couple more followers on Twitch. I gotta focus on Twitch a little more. No, Kick. Not Twitch. Nobody's following on Twitch. But there's actually growth on Kick. None on YouTube. That's expected. YouTube is not known for discoverability. All right. So, stream is still functioning. We're good. Now, do I want to get into another topic, or do I want to have a look for a good video? My time. We covered a couple different topics. All right. There was... I wanted to watch this one. I just want to... I put this on here, but I'll do that one right away. Like, might as well. PBS Terra. When will the world run out of water?
Climate change is making rainfall and droughts more extreme and unpredictable, which means we need groundwater more than ever as a buffer to support us when rivers dry up and rain doesn't fall.
Because it's not dependent on the last season's rain.
Like, we have been pumping groundwater for so long that there are now places that are starting to really feel it. Like, the water scarcity is something that's really starting to get felt, and it's going to get worse.
It's effectively much more climate resilient.
I mean, like, at some point, we're going to get the price of desalination down. Because there's a lot of places that do invest into desalination. I mean, that's still a very, very expensive, energy-intensive process at this time.
But the thing about groundwater is that it's not a renewable resource in the same way that surface water is. It behaves more like oil. Once we pump it out, it's often gone for good. And now scientists warn that we're rapidly approaching a tipping point, something called peak water. The moment groundwater supply begins an irreversible decline, meaning that each year we'll have less of it available than the year before. And groundwater is foundational.
Like, there's a river there, right? So isn't this surface water that they're using? But if they're pumping groundwater
to modern human life. It supplies nearly a third of the world's fresh water and over 40% of global irrigation.
Ooh. Agricultural suitability. So these are the regions that are suitable for agriculture in the world. No,
30% of...
I want to get an earlier part. And so, if it's not one of these regions, you have to offset it with groundwater, right? Like, isn't the Amazon here? Isn't that all suitable for agriculture? I guess the Amazon makes it unsuitable for agriculture. But it's a lot less area than you'd actually think.
Global irrigation. But now, all of these forces are on a collision course, worsening droughts, rising food demand, and shrinking aquifers. And a new study has modeled exactly when and where global peak water is expected to.
Ooh, I love charts.
Water.
Percentage of scenarios with peak and decline in the 21st century. Greater than 95% chance. Look at that. California. A lot of the southwest of the US is going to have water issues.
Is expected to hit, and it's not good news for.
Whoa! Look, what's that country again? Is that one the Netherlands, or is that one the Netherlands? Let's figure that one out. No. I want Netherlands map. Give me a Google map. Belgium. Belgium, that's right. So, something about Belgium is guaranteeing they'll have a problem with water. The whole Middle East. That's a lot of water.
For some of the world's most important food-producing regions. In one country.
Are they? Like, I know Russia and Ukraine actually produce a lot of grain. And a big chunk of Russia, there's a
good
chance.
News for some of the world's most important food-producing regions. In one country, it's gotten so severe, they're moving their entire capital city.
Oh, I remember hearing about that.
At first, pumping groundwater seemed kind of like a miracle. Clean, accessible water on demand with no visible consequences. In the United States, that water has fueled the growth of some of the country's most productive farming regions, including California's Central Valley, Arizona, and the High Plains. Regions with hot...
I mean, you saw California's water on the water chart, right?
Sunny climates perfect for growing crops, but with nowhere near enough rainfall to support large-scale farming on their own. And similar stories have played out across the world, like in northern India and Pakistan, Mexico, Iran, and across the Middle East. Dry regions with fertile land and fast growth.
So, if this is what your farming looks like, you have a very big problem. Because if you're doing the farming circles, that's because they have like a water stand that sits up and then that goes around in a big circle, sprays water on everything. So it's easier to pump groundwater and water in a circle than in a square. And so this is all groundwater usage. All of the circles are groundwater usage.
With fertile land and fast-growing populations. Groundwater is one of our most precious resources, but it's also one of the least visible.
Surface water is the water we can see flowing in rivers and comes from the rain. Then part of this water infiltrates into the ground and is stored underneath in the porous rock and soil. And this forms then what is called an aquifer.
This filling or recharge process is so slow that much of the water stored in aquifers is truly ancient, sometimes tens of thousands of years old, which is why it's often called fossil water. That makes it essentially non-renewable on human timescales. But we haven't treated it that way. Instead of seeing groundwater as a finite resource, we've pumped it as if it were endless.
I mean, like, for the older generations of humans, it essentially was, right? They had no way to understand that this was a non-renewable resource. And so they built entire industries around it. And now they're having an issue because, like, it doesn't renew at the time scale you think it does. It takes much longer.
So where has that left us? Well, in California's Central Valley, water tables have dropped by hundreds of feet in some places. Thousands of wells have run dry, with entire communities losing access to water. And
like this, that's the stuff that is really dangerous. Like, when you lose access to water, a lot of things become a lot harder really quickly. Like, you don't understand how important having a fresh water supply is until you don't have one. And all of a sudden things like desalination, which is incredibly expensive, become like your only options. And that's just like, that the system is not designed to handle that.
Losing access to water. And in some places, the land itself is sinking by up to 2 inches per month due to subsidence. In Arizona, enormous fissures have opened up across the landscape, in some cases over a mile long. Across the high plains, some farmers have had to drill so deep to access water that some wells now cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. So you might think that as ground
And those are the people that are going to be getting the water, right? So you have a community running out of water. Meanwhile, the farmer, which is using that water productively to grow a crop, is able to afford the well that goes deeper to continue to access water, which will continue to push it further out of reach of a standard community.
groundwater stress increases, we'd
Like,
slow
it encourages the wrong behavior.
our extraction and begin managing it more sustainably, right? Right?
We're looking at data for 40 countries. These areas count
Okay, these are the ones he's looking at.
for 75% of groundwater withdrawals globally.
This was the most comprehensive study ever conducted of its kind. In total, they looked at data from 178,000 wells.
It didn't surprise us too much that groundwater levels are declining. What was really striking for us is that the rate of decline was accelerating in many places.
In other words, not only are aquifers shrinking, they're shrinking faster than ever before. So why aren't we managing this water more carefully? Well, part of the answer at least lies in climate change.
The groundwater itself is not too much affected by climate change. But the people adapt to climate change and use the groundwater, which they usually would have taken when rain was falling regularly.
So we find ourselves in a...
So climate change is affecting the precipitation and the amount of rainfall you get, which is leading people to more heavily depend on groundwater. And the groundwater reserves are shrinking.
Catch-22. As droughts grow longer and more intense, we rely more and more on groundwater to fill the gap, which only speeds up depletion. But at the same time, we'll need that groundwater more than ever in the future, precisely because droughts are getting worse. Which raises the big question: how far are we from the tipping point when groundwater availability peaks and begins its indefinite decline?
Oh,
this is exactly what a new study set out to understand on a global scale.
I imagine there are areas where it has already started to decline.
A team of researchers ran 900 simulations using one of the world's most advanced human Earth system models. These scenarios explored a wide range of possible futures, different climate trajectories, population growth, energy demands, and water policy. Well, in nearly all of the 900 scenarios, global groundwater extraction follows a clear peak and decline pattern, with the global peak projected around 2050, just a couple decades away. And many...
That's a problem for later. You telling me it's going to be fine until 2050? Do you know how many problems and how many crises we're going to go through before then? Like, this sounds like a tomorrow issue.
of the places most likely to peak are among the most
likely, and then none of the places most likely to peak are Canada. Oh, okay. We'll watch it till the end, but not a Canadian issue.
important food producing regions on Earth, and will expose...
Let me see that. Let me see that one again. Regions the peak. So not...
The peak are among the most important...
California... it's off the screen, but California is one of them. So... a lot of the Middle East are the ones expected to peak first. I mean, they're not that big of a...
And will expose about half of the world's population to
Not
water
that much of a
stress.
production
These
region.
include critical farming regions in the western United States, Mexico, India, Pakistan, and China, as well as several other countries in the Middle East and Mediterranean. Now, to be clear, groundwater
And Belgium. You forgot little Belgium up there. I don't know what they're doing, but they're going to have water problems.
doesn't peak because it disappears entirely. There's still a vast volume of water beneath our feet, but as aquifers are pumped, water tables fall, and that water becomes harder and more expensive to reach. Wells must go.
Oh, so like they're saying there's enough water there, but the water that's close to the surface that can be easily accessible is going to get more difficult to reach. Like that's going to disappear. Then you got to drill further wells, and that's just going to make water essentially more expensive.
Deeper,
in specific
energy use
regions.
rises and costs skyrocket. Eventually, many users hit a breaking point. Some adapt by switching crops or importing food. Others stop pumping altogether. And that's what scientists mean by peak water. The moment when extraction becomes too difficult, too costly, or too damaging to continue at the same pace. And in this way, groundwater mirrors the behavior of other depletable resources like oil and minerals.
Okay.
So if one of the most essential resources for growing food and sustaining life is already entering a phase of irreversible decline, what happens next? Well, for starters, food is likely to get more expensive as water.
I mean, like everything leads to food getting more expensive. I don't get it. How do we get cheaper food? Somebody tell me
becomes
that.
harder to access, these major farming regions may struggle to keep up.
Like, where's my lab-grown meat? How far are we from lab-grown meat? I mean, lab-grown meat is going to need to consume probably sugars or carbohydrates grown in a field to even be produced, right? So even like what we need more is like vertical farming. I think I've seen. Let's try and look for this on X. Vertical farming. Like I've seen a couple no. Here we go.
Worst nightmare. This $600 million megastructure is basically Peppa Pig's worst nightmare. What you're looking at are currently the largest and tallest single-building pig farms in the world. Located in China, these two massive towers cover a total floor area of about 8.6 million square feet, with the tallest building reaching up to 26 stories. If 100 pigs were eaten on Earth every year, about 60 of them would be eaten by people in China. Honestly, it's probably the first time anyone's heard of pigs living in high-rises and taking elevators. Traditional pig farming usually involves a lot of manual labor, messy conditions, and heavy pollution. But here, the entire operation has been fully automated. From feeding and health monitoring to waste removal and climate control, everything is handled by smart systems. The projected annual output? A staggering 1.2 million pigs.
Whoa. I mean, talk about taking factory farming to its extreme.
Never in their wildest dreams did pigs imagine they'd live in a luxury skyscraper. It's pretty...
That didn't look like luxury conditions to me. I'm gonna be honest with you.
insane when you think about it.
Like, when you see what they do in the factory farming stuff for chicken, and now they're doing stuff like that for pigs too. Like, I remember when I was a kid, cows used to like roam a field, like free range. Is factory farming a big thing? I've seen a lot of stuff about factory farming in the US and China. Does Canada lean into factory farming? Slightly off topic, but let's continue.
Production. And this doesn't just affect local food security. It can ripple out to global markets, impacting international trade. And it's not just agriculture that's at risk. Wetlands and rivers that depend on groundwater can dry out, damaging ecosystems and wiping out habitat. And as water levels drop, contamination can spread.
What? Like they've clearly designed this to handle quite the flow of water. And there's nothing. Okay, I need to update something. Water scarcity. Let me just update what I'm talking about. Should only take a second. Yeah, completely different topic. I do have to update this one. Somebody looks at it and they come in and I'm not talking about something. That I've stated here. They're liable to just leave. Hey, 14 followers on Kick. Stream Pro 08 followed an hour ago. That looks like a bot, but okay. Stream Pro 10. Oh no, Stream Pro 08 was the Stream Pro 08 was the one that messaged me on Discord. I wanted to contact on Discord for Stream Pro 10. Your names don't add up. Okay, we're all set up. Let's go back to it.
Water levels drop, contamination can spread, with pollutants like arsenic and salt concentrating or seeping in from surrounding layers.
Like that's... What was it? The blowdown that they called it in AI centers? When water evaporates away, anything that's in the water concentrates. And something that is not a problem in a larger volume of water can become a large problem concentrated.
With pollutants like arsenic and salt concentrating or seeping in from surrounding layers. And then there's one final impact that's so severe, it's already caused one of the world's largest capital cities to plan its relocation. Subsidence. And we're just beginning to see its effects in cities all over the world.
As aquifers are depleted, the structural framework that supports the land begins to compact slowly.
Compaction happens because as the water is removed, the tiny spaces between soil and rock particles collapse inward, squeezing the ground tighter and tighter.
Land subsidence is often...
So this is just like you hollow the ground out essentially by removing the water. The ground falls down into the space you've cleared. That makes sense.
One of the most clear physical indicator that a region has surpassed that tipping point. And this compaction can lead to a permanent loss of storage capacity.
Which means that even if groundwater level rises in the future, the aquifer will no longer be able to contain or store the same volume of water that it once did. In Leonard's study, he focused on the urban impacts of subsidence. Specifically, he analyzed 28 major...
Man, I like looking at the world at night like this. You can see the little centers and then the little roads. And you build little towns along the roads around your larger centers. Human society can be weird.
U.S. cities, all with populations over 600,000.
And what we found that in all of these cities, they have measurable subsidence from 1 millimeter per year on average to greater than 5 millimeter per year.
Of the 28, the fastest sinking cities were Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, New York, and Chicago.
But more significantly, in every single city, we found that there are areas that have rates greater than 5 millimeter per year.
In the cities Leonard analyzed, he found over 29,000 separate buildings that exist in high to very high risk zones. And these findings matter because when the ground sinks unevenly, it can damage roads, pipelines, railways, and even building foundations.
Yeah.
But subsidence is perhaps the biggest problem for coastal cities because it happens on top of sea level rise.
You have two major hazards that you have to respond to, and you have increase to the frequency of tidal flooding, storm surge, or even total inundation for particular cities.
In the United States, Leonard's study highlights several cities where this is already becoming a concern, including New York, Houston, and New Orleans. But globally, the most dramatic example is Jakarta, Indonesia's capital. Some parts of the city are sinking by up to 10 to 25 centimeters a year due to heavy groundwater use, soft soils, and rapid urban development. Today, over 40% of Jakarta sits below sea level, making it dangerously flood prone. The problem has gotten...
I mean, being below sea level, like, that can't be a comfortable place to live.
So severe that the Indonesian government is now building an entirely new capital city. But as bad as all of this sounds, there's also reason for hope, which strangely might be hidden within part of the problem. Earlier, we discussed how climate change is making the hydrologic cycle more extreme, leading to more intense droughts and also more intense rainfall. Well, new research is revealing that those very extremes might help us recover if we're paying attention.
What we are finding was a bias in the replenishment of groundwater to heavy, often extreme rainfall.
While steady seasonal rain may no longer be as reliable, sporadic but more intense downpours could still offer excellent opportunities to recharge depleted aquifers, but only if we're ready to capture that water. That means identifying where the ground is most permeable, protecting open spaces, and building infrastructure designed to absorb water, not just divert it. One way or another, we're going to have to learn how to manage our groundwater more sustainably because droughts are going to get worse in the coming decades, and this resource will only become more essential. So, does your community rely on groundwater or face frequent droughts? What changes, if any, have you seen in how people treat water? Let us know in the comments, and see you next time.
Interesting. I like that. I mean, one, groundwater is going to be an issue. We're likely going to see a drop in the global food supply at some point. But it doesn't look like it's a particular issue for Canada. So, other people's issues. That's not what I want. Not what I want. Here we go. Rating system. Let's have a look. What else do they do? Videos. We saw what AI data centers don't want you to see. I mean, relevant, but 21 minutes, I'm not going to get into that. The perfect storm hasn't happened yet, but it will. Ooh. Tornado Alley is moving, and that's a huge problem. Yes. You telling me tornadoes are moving? This is the most dangerous river in America. America made it the most toxic lake. Now we need what's inside. I like these. PBS Terra. 512 videos. They've been going for a long time. Rating system, I mean, it wasn't too big into what I liked. Like down here-ish. Okay, where were we in our look? Economics explained. I'd seen that. Visual economics. Is this where we were? I think we were somewhere in here. Why is economics explained on here twice? I enjoy economics explained. Let's have a look at this one. We'll go through a couple of comments.
Climate change is...
Let's see what people say. Love the golf courses in the middle of dry lands. They do have a problem with that. Like the southwest of the US, they have an issue with golf courses. What was it? I think they were also building like water parks and stuff. You should not be doing that in a water scarce region. Like that is going to end poorly. We're such a short-sighted species. I mean, like this being short-sighted is not always a negative. A lot of short-sighted things improve people's lives. But I agree. Like there does need to be more long-term thinking. So basically, we need to do something about the AI data centers. Specifically in the Southwest, yes. Like they should not be there. Data centers should be constructed in places with abundant, refreshable, with surface water. That should be one of the prerequisites to constructing data centers. From India, we had a well depletion scare at my grandparents' house. Turns out the pipes were corroded and leaking throughout. That's why water supply was less. But damn, it made me realize how much we as a species are taking so many natural resources for granted. Yep. Lived in Houston for 28 years. The subsidence plus flooding issues have been a problem for such a long time, and it's only going to get worse. I was there during Hurricane Harvey, and each new storm, even normal thunderstorms, does more and more damage to the city. Houston actually gets so much rain, but the city is so immensely covered in concrete that it's impossible for the ground to absorb it. Bad for flooding and bad for aquifer replenishment. For any young people interested in studying this topic, it's called hydrology, and it's most often found in the environmental and/or civic engineering departments of universities. Based on how people treat climate change, I don't have much hope for this. Humanity is very bad at dealing with slow issues. Like, when there's a crisis, we're good. When it's slow decline, we're really bad. People have been saying for years that we need to put in conservation practices for drinking water. The crisis shouldn't be here right now in order for people to care. Being dismissive towards a problem just because it's not here yet speaks to the arrogance of our society. So now the problem is here. Yep. PBS Terra continues to provide excellent science-based reporting. Love it. Very nice. What should happen? Oh shit, we need to start reducing water usage. What actually happens? If I don't use all my water rights, it gets reduced. That is an incentive problem. Better pump as much as I can before it dries up even more. That is a local government incentive problem. Like, that can be fixed. Must be hard to work for PBS when you accept and acknowledge the problem in the world instead of ignoring it like the government. Would be nice if we didn't waste 5 billion meter cube of water to cool data centers that power AI. Wildly out of touch. Like it wasn't near that. Nestle. Okay, we're getting down to the sludge. All right, let's look at another one. I gotta cut this. I'm not subscribed? I guess that means I probably haven't looked at this yet. Okay, let's have a look. Why Hormuz hasn't crashed oil prices, but could crash the banks. I mean this is why I like them. The first thing I read is something I want to watch. Could AI destroy the middle class and unleash inequality? Absolutely. Unexpected turn in U.S. economy. Was Trump right? Ooh, that sounds charged. Let's do it. So, unexpected turn in the U.S. economy. Was Trump right? Here we go.
Donald Trump wants factories to return to the United States. Virtually all of the US president's policies have revolved around this issue. And no, I'm not just talking about the tariffs. There's also the big, beautiful bill with tax cuts for domestic companies, along with the constant push to weaken the dollar. And do you know what? He's actually succeeding. However, you've got to be very careful when you make a wish because it might come true, though not in the way you intended.
America is in the middle of a stealth manufacturing boom.
The industrial sector is recovering in the US, and this is not only good economic news, it's also vital for the midterm elections. Remember that one of the reasons Trump wanted to bring manufacturing back to the country was precisely for electoral purposes. Over the past decade, many traditionally left-leaning industrial regions with a strong blue-collar vote have shifted their support to the Republicans thanks to the orange president's proposals. Trump won the last election by a now...
I mean, like, we are moving towards an era where factories are more and more automated. And so labor costs, the primary reason in which you would move a factory to China, for example, labor costs are shrinking because the amount of labor you need in a factory is shrinking. And therefore, having a factory in America or having a factory in like China, the difference is getting closer because China used to go there because cheap labor, and so it was a better case. But as human labor becomes less important, they're coming closer, and then all of a sudden, the security you get from opening a factory in America or your home country, or for me, Canada. The security you would get from that is starting to outweigh the cost of the slightly cheaper labor because labor is becoming smaller and smaller part of the production cost of whatever it is. And all of a sudden, you can open a factory in your own country, and you get positive feedback from local governments, from the federal government, from state governments, because you're creating jobs, and they all like that. And so I think we're going to see more and more of that. And obviously, Trump with tariffs is creating so much trade uncertainty that it's pouring gasoline on what was already happening. And so factories are moving back faster. Now, the fact is the factories offer significantly fewer jobs, significantly fewer middle-class jobs than the factories that left, like the generations ago. but they are coming back.
Narrow margin thanks to poaching these traditionally left-leaning voters, much like what happened with the Hispanic vote. Well, now this issue is once again front and center, given that there are legislative elections coming up this November, elections where Trump faces an uphill battle. But first, if you're interested in the world of investing, if you want to learn how to manage your
I mean, we're gonna be able to tell a lot from the midterm elections in the US.
Savings, protect yourself against inflation, and figure out how to make money beyond your day job, I've got some news for you. At Visual Factory, we've created the Visual Factory Club, a newsletter where every week we send out free content focused on essential financial education, the ABC of what everyone should know to understand the stock market, financial markets in general, investment platforms, how to assess investment opportunities, and which markets may have more or less potential. Because of course, if you want to invest your money so you're not at the mercy of your country's economic instability, you at least need to understand the basics of the financial world. In the Visual Factory Club, you'll learn all of this completely free of charge. Through the link below and this QR code, you can sign up for the club and start receiving the upcoming editions. What's more, when you sign up, you'll receive a dossier where I explain, in a clear and simple way, the most essential investment concepts. What multiples or the PE ratio are, what indices are, ETFs, derivatives, funds, EPS, you get the idea. After that, every week you'll receive additional materials and market analysis to help you stay informed about what's going on. And by the way, the sooner you sign up, the better, since we send each episode of the series by email, and every edition is unique. If you're not subscribed, you might miss some of them, and you won't be able to access them later. With that said, let's get into the video.
I enjoy the self-advertisements significantly more than like when they put in like a VPN ad or like a random advertisement. Like that is something they're trying to build, and for people that are invested, paying the money, getting slightly more invested. Was that one free? I missed it. I probably heard it so many times I just tone it out now. So, anyways, I far prefer this method of advertising when they're actually building something.
What's happening in the US is very strange. The economy is growing. That's true. But while this might seem like good news, it could actually be a sign of a problem. To understand why,
I clicked on this because I thought it was gonna be good. Everywhere I click on, it tells me about problems, and this was the first one that was like, oh, the economy might not be doing so bad. And now you're telling me, oh, it might be doing bad? I've been deceived.
To talk to you about the Kuznets curve.
Okay,
this curve, which corresponds to the graph you see on the screen,
we shall understand this percentage of employment in the industrial sector by country and GDP per capita. So the employment share, GDP per worker, numbers. Okay, so employment share of the industrial sector as GDP. Oh. So as GDP per worker continues to increase, the employment share, I think this is automation, right? This downturn right here. You can make an industrial sector worker more productive with machines. And so therefore they create more GDP per worker. But one engineer overseeing 20 machines on an assembly line creates significantly more GDP, but it is only one employee. And in the end, that would reduce your employment share. So as you become more productive in industry, you need less workers. This is the whole thing I was talking about earlier. You're getting to the point down here where you can create huge amounts of GDP, huge amounts of like productivity with each worker. But that means you need fewer of them, and that's why they're coming back.
basically illustrates that extremely poor countries have almost no industry. That is why they are so poor. Think of Africa or medieval Europe. But little by little, they industrialize and thus become richer. However, there comes a point where the share of industry begins to decline. From this point on, countries continue to get richer, but industry declines in favor of services. In fact, a country like Spain, which is much poorer than the United States, has a much higher percentage of industry in its economy. And this happens in every country. There comes a point where having less industry isn't a bad thing. It's a sign of development toward the service sector.
You still have to be careful with industry. Like, when you play Hearts of Iron 4, factories are a very key thing for the whole system. Like, having factories in your country under your control, like, it's strategic importance, like geopolitical strategic importance. There's a reason why Trump is trying so hard to bring them back. Because if you ever do enter a large-scale war, factories can be retooled so that they produce military goods, and that just becomes the power of the nation. And so you don't want all your factories leaving, but at the same time, once you hit a certain level of development, you want to develop the service sector as well, right?
Which generates more revenue, and that's why we say the US situation is so unusual. Until not long ago, Americans were following the trend of other countries, but in recent times, industry has started to increase again. Now, there's
the other thing about industry is that industry is where you see technological advancements. This is where new methods of production increase output. This is where you will see evolution of industries take place. Like, there's a reason why BYD out of China makes the best electric cars, because that's where all the factories are. And so that's where you've seen the evolution of vehicles, at where the factories are. And so trying to bring that back also brings back the evolution, the advancements, the R&D that naturally happens from having these factories and having people build new factories and want to do it more efficiently or in a better way.
even more unusual factor.
You need them to be able to build the factories in your own country.
This story. Since Trump entered the White House for the second time, the manufacturing sector has lost about 100,000 workers, while the rest of the economy has gained 300,000.
So they're still losing money, they're still losing people despite manufacturing coming back.
In other words, even though the industry is growing in terms of production, it's losing workers. Furthermore, jobs have been lost in almost every sector of the industry. It's not as if just one specific sector is going through a crisis and that's it.
Let's have a look at this. Can I get those to disappear for a second? No, dismiss. I want to turn them back on. So manufacturing as a whole, lost employment. Durable goods down. Fabricated metals up. Durables down. Machinery down. Transportation equipment down. Computers and electronics way down. Non-durable goods, no idea. Chemicals. Chemicals are up. Fabricated metals are up. Food manufacturing is flat. Plastics and rubbers down. Other non-durables down. Non-manufacturing up. I thought we were looking at manufacturing. Why is non-manufacturing? Okay, that's just confusing.
One specific sector is going through a crisis and that's it. The question is, what could explain all of this? Why is the industrial sector making more money but hiring fewer people?
Automation.
Well, at first glance, one might blame artificial intelligence and robotics, which destroy jobs while boosting corporate profits. But this theory has two major problems. The first is that the United States has very few industrial robots, and it doesn't seem to have stepped up its game in recent years either. We're talking about roughly 300 robots per 10,000 workers, well below Japan or Germany, with 400, China with nearly 500, or South Korea with 1 robot for every—
Wait. I thought it was robots. You telling me it's not robots? Then what is it?
10 workers. What's more, almost all of these countries have installed more robots in recent years than Uncle Sam, and the share of industry in their economies has not risen. It has continued to decline, as expected. And as if that weren't enough, this argument has yet another problem. It is by no means clear that more automation means fewer jobs in the industry. Take the example of Japan.
In Japan, the decline in robot prices increased both the number of robots and employment by raising the productivity and production scale of robot-adopting industries.
Paradoxically, more robots means more jobs. How is that possible?
More robots means more jobs. Because people that use robots are more efficient. They provide more value. Therefore, they provide more profit. It's easier to profit if they have robots.
Well, because technology can replace us, that's true. But if it can do the same work as us for less money, the product will become cheaper. Consumers will have more money at the end of the month, and they will spend that money on new things. Where do these new workers come from? From the new demand that arises precisely because robots have automated a task. In short, there's no evidence that the United States is betting on robots, but even if that were true, it wouldn't explain why the industrial sector is growing while hiring fewer workers. So what's going on? Well, in order to answer that, we have to look to the only developed country in the world that seems to have revived its industrial sector, a country with a disease similar to that of the US, Singapore.
Really?
Since 2020, Singapore has been reviving its industry. Because yes, even though it's well known for its financial sector, its manufacturing sector carries more weight than that of Germany or Japan. In recent years, the government—
This is Singapore? Singapore map. How? Like, Germany, Singapore. What? Let's hear that again. Are you telling me Singapore's got like more manufacturing than Germany?
Its manufacturing sector carries more weight than that of Germany or Japan. In recent—
What? There's no way. More weight clearly is a— I don't know how he's using that because there's no way it's the same size. Let's just have a look. Wait. Let's see. Is there any like standout buildings? What are you? The wild. You got your own little icon. That's cool. What's you? Singapore Discovery Center. That sounds like a place we want to drop on. Okay, we're in some kind of industrial district. I want to go to like a residential district. Let's just drop over here. Are you gonna— oh my goodness, what is that? Your balcony with a little overhang. That's cool. I mean, we have globalized trash collection. I swear those are the same things we've got here. I mean, this is beautiful. That person's just like an Amazon. Look at all those Amazon boxes. Consumer electronics. Ooh, what do we got down here at the end? Oh, is that an embassy of some kind? Did you hire a drunk to paint your roads? What is that? What is that? They got him straight over here. Maybe I mean, like, why? What's this? Ooh, some kind of sports center. Vex. Let's have a look. Look, McDonald's. Even in Singapore, I can get my McDonald's. Not that I've been there in a long time. What is this? This looks interesting. Nope, parking lot. You really, you zigzagged through that whole parking lot? Just to make it look entertaining for me? Go down over here. Factory places. You got a Nikon, so you gotta be cool looking, right? Go that way. I mean, like, nice looking city. I think the thing I like about it mostly is like the greenery and the shrubberies. Did it again. Why? It's to indicate slow. Ahead. Slow. And so, like, is it supposed to, like, wake you up? Like, oh gosh, look at what happened to the frickin' road. Oh, I like these. I've always liked those. And look at the plants they got up there. That's beautiful. Like, someone's got to manage all of that. It's the same with, like, shrubberies in here and that. And very beautiful looking place. I don't know how it has more manufacturing weight than Germany, given just the size. And, like, you want to build an airport? Yeah, there goes like a seventh of your city. Just to build yourself a frickin' airport. A seventh of your total land mass. Like, this isn't... That's Singapore, right? That's Malaysia, yeah. Like, that's crazy. How do I find... What's up here? That's wild. So this is just... golf cart. Guy's like following him. Okay. It's just a massive park or something? Cool. Okay. We're gonna move on. What are they talking about? We were watching this. So an unexpected turn in the U.S. economy. Manufacturing's coming back, but employment isn't increasing.
In recent years, the government has pushed a plan to create something like a Taiwan 2.0. Tax cuts, loans with very favorable terms, land grants. The government began offering all of this and much more to companies that invested in high-tech manufacturing, particularly in the semiconductor sector. And here's one important detail. This industrial niche is very capital intensive and labor sparing. Semiconductors are the clearest example. Even a relatively simple microchip can require more than 350 steps to manufacture, all with nanometric precision. And it's clear that a human isn't going to be able to come close to that. And now let me ask you something. Do you remember which sectors destroyed the most jobs in the United States? That's right, computing, electronics, and machinery. Computing and electronics echo what happened in Singapore. On top of that, these are the sectors where industrial production has grown the most, partly thanks to subsidies from Joe Biden's CHIPS Act. Machinery is an exception, because there are still many humans working in this sector. But we can't draw many conclusions either, since almost all the change is explained by two very specific companies, SpaceX and Boeing. SpaceX, for example, combines automation with almost artisanal production, with a highly skilled engineer devoting all their attention to one specific part. And Boeing's sales are soaring, excuse the pun, thanks to geopolitical tensions. It's selling 70% more jet aircraft than...
Isn't this the company that is known for, like, planes that crash and burn? Are you telling me their sales are up? Like, they're like all the problems with the aviation industry. I hear that Boeing sales are way up, but I've also heard of a lot of issues with Boeing planes recently. What am I missing?
than 1 year ago. With all this, we already have a good idea of what's happening. It's not that American industry is simply resurging, rather it's shifting toward products with high added value but very little human involvement.
I mean, high added value adding industries is what you want. Like that is good.
In this chart, you can see in which sectors industrial production has increased and in which it has fallen.
Oh. So the only ones it's increased in are computers and electronics. So the CHIPS Act has done a lot. Like it's almost carrying the entire production economy because everything else is down.
Production of electronic goods has skyrocketed, but imports have also grown significantly, a sign that domestic industry cannot keep up. In contrast, in the automotive sector, a more traditional industry, the opposite is happening. Production has fallen by 3%, and imports have dropped another 14%, likely due to tariffs. Overall, this isn't really such a big surprise either. American industry was already heavily focused on high value added products. I'm sure many of you have seen videos of 100% automated factories in China, which don't even need to have the lights on because there are no humans involved. The United States doesn't have such flashy facilities, but every worker in the US industrial sector produces 4 times more value than a Chinese worker. The key isn't having the most futuristic factories, but selling the best products. What's more, do you remember the statistic that the US has very few robots per worker? This is often cited as evidence that American industry is highly inefficient, but the opposite is true. In reality, the US focuses on highly advanced products that are typically produced in small quantities, so it's not worth automating the process. It's a somewhat more artisanal process, as we mentioned earlier, except...
So, you need to have a certain amount of production before automation becomes viable. Like, if you're creating just one piece, like one airplane, far cheaper just to pay people to build the plane than to create all the robots to then construct you one plane. And so there's a lot of industries where volume is low enough that it doesn't make sense to automate yet.
fact that instead of traditional artisans, you have to imagine top engineers working with futuristic machines. Machines that are highly advanced tools, not replacements for other workers. Of course, this isn't the entire story. Between 15 and 20% of American industry is food processing, and there aren't any products with extremely high added value in this sector. What it does have is a lot of cheap labor, especially from immigrants. Meanwhile, it's not just that China doesn't have many immigrants who are poorer than the local population. Many poor Chinese from rural areas can't leave their villages without losing their pensions, government healthcare, or even their homes. On the other hand, for historical reasons that aren't relevant here, Chinese universities are churning out engineers by the truckload, so it makes sense to focus on machines and increase automation. In conclusion, in the United States, what we're seeing is a polarization of industry. On the one hand, traditional industry, which relies heavily on labor, isn't growing as much. In fact, in some cases, it's shrinking.
I mean, like, look at that process. What is going on there? So this has got to be like a steel factory, right?
On the one hand, traditional industry, which relies
like it when you look into the like how it's made. You ever seen that old show? It's some of these things are crazy. Like the process you've got to go
heavily
through.
on labor isn't growing as much. In fact, in some cases, it's shrinking. But on the other hand, we have the high value added industry such as semiconductors. This is the industry that is growing the most. But the problem is that this growth does not depend on workers and therefore does not translate into jobs. Herein lies the key to this whole issue. And if you've noticed, we haven't even mentioned tariffs, because what matters is the structural shift in the economy that goes far beyond Trump's policies. And you might be wondering, what impact have the tariffs had on all this? Because as it stands, if Trump's goal was to win votes by creating jobs in factories, that's not happening.
Because there's no jobs. Not
but on the
these
one
factories.
hand, metal production is growing strongly, and imports of these...
This is because, like, they've targeted steel and aluminum specifically with higher tariffs. So getting more internal construction of metals was the goal of those tariffs.
Products have fallen by 30%, a very clear sign that the production boom is due to tariffs. But the truth is that these products represent a very small part of the industry, and in general, tariffs make the supplies used by other companies more expensive. Or to put it another way, the cost of tariffs causes factories to produce less because they have higher costs. So no, Donald Trump's tariffs aren't achieving their goal. The industry is growing, but only thanks to sectors that aren't very labor intensive. This is simply bad news for the midterm elections. After 2 years, there are no more jobs in industrial areas. As we saw in previous videos, the US economy is in a very fragile state, and it's possible that if the situation doesn't change, those former industrial areas that switched their vote to the Republican side may decide to return to voting Democrat. In any case, now that we've reached this point, it's your turn. Have you been surprised by the industrial...
I want to see that chart again. The one with all the circles. So tariffs are partly to largely responsible for all of these ones going down. Now, metals I don't see on here at all, but they were primary metals? Why are they down? Didn't he say they were going up? Maybe that's not steel and aluminum. It's a different type of metal. Okay. Let's have a look at a couple comments. I like the video. Very misleading. Unexpected turn in the U.S. economy. Was Trump right? No. That's not how it turned out. The areas that are growing and holding up the economy are not very labor intensive, so employment in the sector is still down. If the U.S. economy is fragile, the economies of the rest of the world have foundations based on tissue paper. I mean, like, the whole global economy is built on tissue paper. Robots are just one type of automation. Taking figures in isolation is always misleading. There's a lot of, like, we see a lot of digital automation now. Like, collecting data, analyzing the data, processing the data. That was all used to be done by people. That's largely being done by machines now. And so the robots that we see in factories, that's not the current wave of automation we're looking at. We're looking at the person in an office building is now the guy that's at risk of getting replaced by automation, and not the guy on the factory floor. Returning manufacturing to the United States is not just an economic or job issue, it's also a national security issue. I believe so. I would also note that there's a lag time between factories relocating to the United States and factory jobs returning. Like that's true. But it's been 2 years since Trump's taken office. How much of a lag time do you give them? Like I remember hearing a lot of promises about this much investment, this much investment, this much investment. But we don't see that turning into job numbers. Okay, so I was talking about Boeing here. Let me ask the next question. So I've heard Trump talk a lot about investment into the United States and specifically into factories. It's been 2 years now. Why don't I see the increase in factory jobs? Both things are true at once. So I'm talking about Boeing because, you know, like, isn't Boeing at the center of most airplane disasters? Both things are true at once. And the reconciliation comes down to the fact that sales and safety problems show up in completely different parts of Boeing's business. On the sales side, the numbers really are strong. Boeing's total backlog grew to a record $682 billion, primarily reflecting 1,173 commercial airplane net orders in the year. Boeing secured 107 aircraft orders in January. Okay. But the safety and quality issues are also very real and ongoing. Boeing faces ongoing safety and certification challenges affecting production and margins, and it has to reset schedule on the 737 MAX 7 and the 737 MAX 10 variants, as well as the new wide-body 777X due to certification pushouts to 2006 and 2017 respectively. I remember, like, whenever I think of airplane disasters, the MCAS issue with Boeing planes is what comes to my head. And it crashed several planes before they figured that out. And that was them being cheap, not wanting to train new pilots, and it led to the death of hundreds of people. Hundreds of plane passengers. And so, like, I'm not very trusting of Boeing. The FAA still has production cap imposed after a door plug blowout on an Alaska Airlines flight. I remember hearing about that. And regulators continue issuing airworthiness directives. For example, a recent one on the 787 prompted by a Boeing investigation for manufacturing errors and excessive preloading forces at body splice plates. Oh, no idea what that is. So here's what you're missing. It's really 4 things. Orders aren't 4 things. Orders aren't deliveries aren't profit. Orders aren't deliveries aren't profit. An order is a promise years out. The Delta 787s, for instance, aren't due to start arriving until 2031. I mean, you're building planes. You gotta plan long term. Strong orders can pile up while Boeing simultaneously struggles to actually build and certify planes on time. In fact, the safety/quality problems show up precisely there, as delivery delays, certification slippage, and weak margins, not as lost demand. It's Dupali. Airlines aren't what new jets have. Airlines that want new jets have essentially 2 choices. Boeing and or Airbus. I mean, that's the problem right there. You can choose between Boeing or Airbus, and Airbus is sold out for years. Oh, so you have one choice, Boeing. Carriers needing aircraft to meet booming post-COVID travel demands can't simply walk away, so orders keep flowing to Boeing even when its reputation is bruised. Sales strength and financial health are different. Even with record orders, the commercial airplane segment's return to positive margins have been pushed out to about 2027, with this year expecting a negative to be around 7.8 to 8%. Record backlogs coexist with years of cash burn. You telling me they're not even doing well? They have a near monopoly. And they're still getting negative margins? How do you do that with a near monopoly? I mean, since Airbus is sold out for years, you basically have a monopoly. Can't you just sell at whatever price you want? The safety issues are largely about manufacturing quality and certification, not crashes in progress. The recent issues you're hearing about are mostly quality control lapses, FAA scrutiny, and the slow fallout from the 2024 door plug incident. Serious for the company's operation and credibility, but not for the kind of things that make airlines cancel a decade-long fleet plan. In short, demand is genuinely robust because of the duopoly and a travel boom, while the safety story is playing out on a separate, slower track, constraining how fast Boeing can deliver and how much money it makes rather than scaring off buyers. The real question for Boeing isn't whether it can sell planes, it's whether it can build them reliably and profitably enough to convert that record backlog into delivered aircrafts and actual earnings. Okay. I'm not going to go more deeply into that one. Okay. Trump's talked a lot about investment into the United States. It's been 2 years. Why aren't we seeing factory jobs increase? Okay, here's the short version. The investment is real, but investment dollars and factory jobs are two different things that move on completely different clocks. You're looking for the jobs in the same window as the announcements, and that's not how factories work. Let me break down what the data actually shows. The jobs really haven't grown. BLS data shows about 12.69 million manufacturing workers as of early 2026, down roughly 82,000 net since January 2025. Another read of the same data has it holding near 12.6 million. Okay, so jobs haven't grown, they've shrunk a little. But the investment is also real and enormous. As of April 2026, total committed private sector manufacturing investment stood at about 1.595 trillion. That's not hollow. The money is committed and a lot of construction is genuinely underway. So why no jobs yet? A few reasons. One, announced jobs and payroll jobs are different metrics. This is the big one. Announced jobs are forward commitments tied to projects with timelines measured in years, sometimes decades. When a company says, we will create 10,000 jobs, they mean over the life of a phased construction project that may not reach full staffing until 2030 or later. There's a long gap between groundbreaking and hiring. A semiconductor fab or EV plant takes years to build before it employs production workers. As one tracker put it, 2026 is the awkward middle. The investment is committed, the construction is real, and the employment wave hasn't arrived yet. The jobs will show up in BLS data in 2028, 2029, and 2030, and into the 2030s. The people building the factories show up as construction jobs, not manufacturing jobs, until the plant actually opens. Modern factories employ fewer people per dollar than old ones. Yep, we got that. or new jobs are partly offset by losses elsewhere and openings go unfilled. From April 2025 through March 2026, the U.S. lost about 75,000 manufacturing jobs, though that's less than half the 170,000 lost in the prior 12-month period. Meanwhile, there's a hiring bottleneck. Unfilled manufacturing positions sat at around 474,000 as of March 2026. The constraint isn't only demand for workers, it's finding workers with the right skills. This is the whole decline of hiring. I mean, there's been a decline in training. Companies seek people fully trained for their position, rather than hiring someone and training them themselves. And this has been across multiple sectors, throughout multiple industries in the economy. Training very rarely happens in a job now. And like, you stop on the job training and all of a sudden you can't find people. The constraint isn't only demand for workers, it's finding workers with the right skill sets. Your factories have stopped training people. If they don't train people, you're never gonna find the right people with the right skill set. Like, people aren't born knowing how to be a factory worker in a complicated factory. This is something that they have to be taught. And the fact is that the standard education system isn't going to teach it to them. You really, the education system teaches standard knowledge. If you want factory knowledge, you kind of have to do that in a factory. And that's just not happening anymore. And so there's a half million unfilled manufacturing positions in the US. That's crazy. So you're not missing anything that contradicts the claim. You're catching the time gap. The announcement describes jobs that are mostly scheduled to materialize at the end of the decade. The construction phase shows up under a different label, and the factory being built needs fewer bodies than the factories of the past. Whether those promised jobs actually arrive and whether the workforce will be trained to fill them is the real open question, and that won't be answered from the data for a few more years. Here's the divergence that's at the heart of your question. So we have the commitment, we have construction, the plan opens, and then full hiring. That's the gap you're noticing in 2026. The country is still in the commitment and construction phase, and the manufacturing payroll figures won't move much until plants actually open and ramp up towards the end of the decade. The promised jobs are real, they're just scheduled to arrive a few years after the announcement. Is there more hiring in the construction sector? Can you give me some figures on that? Because they're saying that the construction, so if this money's been committed and things are actually happening, we should see a noticeable boom in construction because they need to build the factories, right? And so we should be seeing that boom now. Yeah. I liked all those, so I moved that one up, right? Yeah. Okay. Yes, construction has been doing somewhat better than manufacturing on hiring, though the picture is choppy. It's cooled off recently. Here are the figures. Total construction employment sat at around 8.32 million in April 2026, after roughly 8.31 million in January. 8.29 million in February. March. So the level is essentially flat to slightly up over the year. But the monthly gains tell a more interesting story than the manufacturing numbers did. January, construction accounted for 33,000 of the jobs added nationwide, nearly 1 in 4. March, the sector added 16,000 jobs. April, roughly 4,000 jobs with non-residential construction, up about 2% year over year, driven by surging data center construction. May, the momentum faded. Employment showed little change over the month in construction manufacturing. But like these are 33,000, 16,000, 9,000. There's definitely been a boom in the construction. So early in the year, construction was a real bright spot. But the spring, the gains had thinned out. The May report did not note that hiring is broadened slightly across more industries, with gains in construction, manufacturing, and transportation, but only very slightly. A couple of things worth flagging on the figures. The demand for workers is clearly there, even when net hiring is modest. JOLTS data shows job openings increased in construction, and the sector reports serious difficulties filling roles. Among firms with operating for hourly craft workers, 86% of open shop firms report difficulty filling positions versus 70% of union firms. So part of why you don't see bigger headcount gains is a labor supply bottleneck, not a lack of work. This is the issue, right? Like when there's an increase in demand like this, the whole market takes so long to adjust to create more construction workers. Like they do things like this very slow. And here's a nuance that connects back to your earlier question. The recent non-residential strength is being driven heavily by data center construction, not primarily by the factory build-out. The AI/data center boom is a big chunk of what's putting construction workers to work right now. The factory construction tied to those manufacturing investment commitments is in the mix, but it's not the headline driver. And like the factory jobs themselves, much of it is still ramping. So the short version, construction hiring has outpaced manufacturing hiring in 2026, but it's been uneven. It's cooled since the strong start of the year, and the biggest single driver lately has been data center rather than reshoring factories. I mean, for all of what Trump says about bringing back jobs and investment, like we're not even seeing the construction boom that's supposed to have been created. Like I understand factories, you gotta plan 6, 7, 8 years in advance from starting a factory to it being production ready and hiring people. Like this is a longer time scale, but you should see a production boom once you start the time scale, right? And we're not even really seeing that in the US. I don't know. Like I guess you won't really see anything until 2028, 2029, or 2030. But I mean, 2028's the next election, right? If you don't see something by then, you're probably going to have a lot of people very dissatisfied with the promises. All right, well, I'm going to be getting off. Yeah, a little over 4 hours. All right. Well, thanks for watching. I hope you all have a good night. And I'll see you Thursday. Peace.